Okay, we should be good. We should be good. More Stalker? Yeah, I'm planning on it. Hopefully, I'm actually gonna try to keep like the like talking and stuff like that. Like, there's a couple things that I want to like go over and whatnot and look at, but for the most part, I want to try to keep things more on the gameplay side if I can today, just because I personally want to play more Stalker, and also at the same time, I wasn't like fully confident that I was gonna be able to like actually stream it and it work, and then it does, and then I'm like, well, shit. All right, here we go. Hi. Got here so early this time? Well, I mean, you might be early. I'm late. I wanted to stream earlier, but I got caught up in some other stuff. Other things that I had to do. Love Stalker. Sure, there are bugs, but then again, I played the first one right before it. Yeah. Asman couldn't run it on his PC. I think he got his PC fixed. He's playing it now. How you doing? Doing good. Doing good. Chilling. Chilling. Stuff in order. I haven't even looked at these in a minute. That's weird. We're gonna look at that later anyway. I'll take a look at that too. I gotta like look through some of the stuff that you guys have sent me to take a look at and see if there's anything in here that I haven't covered or something that is for some odd reason was outside of my view. That is crazy. Okay, that looks pretty interesting. Man, you guys actually post some really good stuff in the Discord. I'm gonna be real with you. Keep it up. There's been a few things that like totally missed me for whatever reason. And yeah. We reacted to that last week, I think. Looked at that already. Rest pretty fun. All right, we're good. We're in the business. Damn, is LD real? What do you mean, am I real? Do I not look real to you? Never played a Stalker game before in my life, but I tried it on Game Pass and honestly can't believe how amazing the game is. The immersion is next level. Bethesda dreams of making... You know what the funny thing is that like there's been a lot like a misconception that I've seen. This isn't you necessarily making it or anything like that, but like I think a lot of people have like trying to like they drew a conclusion that this is supposed to play or be like a Fallout game, but it's definitely not a Fallout game. Not even close. It's not even close. I mean, they're not even in the same universe. Like if I had to say like. You know, after going back and playing Shadow of Chernobyl, you know, I'm sitting here like realizing that it's more of an immersive sim first, and then it's more of a like first-person shooter action game-ish. First-person shooter survival game is probably the better way to say it. And then after that, you know, then it starts bringing, you know, a couple of like RPG mechanics with like, you know, the damage and accuracy and stuff of weapons and getting stronger weapons and modifying them, and then finding relics and using relics to, you know, support your character and kind of build on it. And then it's also a horror game at the same time, so it's kind of a survival horror game in a lot of ways. It's a lot of different stuff. A lot of different stuff. Did you see that the PS Portal will now stream from Sony's cloud? No, I didn't know that. Who are they using for their cloud services? Are they using Azure? Are they using Microsoft? They're only gonna have like 2 companies that I can think of that they could use. Is Stalker one worth playing? 100%. 100%. If you're okay with like early 2007, you know, Euro jank old school games, yeah, you'll have a good time with it. It's really good. I enjoyed my time with it, but I'm kind of all over the place when it comes to, you know, the kind of games that I like. Yeah, it's either going to be AWS or Azure. Yeah. How's the performance in the game? Xbox and PC. I'm not playing it on Xbox, so I wouldn't be able to tell you, but I've been playing it on PC, and I mean, like, frame rate's been kind of little, you know, dippy and divey, and in some places for the most, like, you know, here and there. But for the most part, it's relatively, you know, for the most part, it's relatively stable. I haven't had too many problems with it. Half Dead Saint, thank you for the Prime, brother. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Dropping in to say hi. Hey, hope you're being safe out there. Microsoft Azure is the answer. That has to be a tap in the nuts, man. That has to be a tap in the nuts. Like, if they want to compete with xCloud, they're still going to end up using Microsoft's cloud services to even create something similar to xCloud. That's what you get for having you know, the infrastructure that they have. What's your favorite guitar to play? The funny thing is, the cheapest one of that whole bunch over there. I have like a black RG series that's like from one of those like starter bundles for like $500, you know? Like, it comes with like its own, it comes with an amplifier and things like that. Best one. It's my favorite one by a long shot. I haven't been playing a lot. I haven't been playing much at all recently, to be honest with you. I've been so tied up with writing and researching and making videos and playing games and trying to finish some stuff up. I am almost done with Metaphor Refantasio. The nice thing is that I did just discover like a little XP farm, and I'm right at the end of the game, right? Like, I'm like right there, and you guys know exactly what this is. Like, you know, when you find those like spots where like you're getting all the stuff that you like, you're getting, you know, like you can farm a shitload of XP. Yeah. Yeah, I've been in on that lately. I've been popping off, leveling up a bunch of my different classes and stuff like that, or my archetypes and whatnot. I just got to kind of figure out like what I'm going to focus in on, because like some of them require, I mean, to be honest with you, I can farm XP infinitely where I'm at right now. So I just want to, I think what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pick like 4 characters, get like the archetypes that I want in place for them, and then just move on and get ready to do the final fight. I think that's probably going to be the better way to go for me. I'm getting around 40 to 45, 50 on 1440p at medium settings, DLSS on, RTX 3060, R5 5600X. So see, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Yeah, Mocha, that's because I'm running a 3080 with a Ryzen 7 7800, right? I think is what it's called, 7800X, and I'm able to get over 60 relatively stable at 1440 on like high settings, with some things that I've tweaked a little bit. like volumetric clouds and like turn down like some of the reflections and stuff like that. What are your thoughts on black metal? I mean, like what constitutes as black metal? Are you talking about like King Diamond? Frame gen on or not? I think I'm using FSR. FSR3 and DLSS combined or something like that. I forgot what the combination of the stuff that I was using is. Hello, True Jackie. Where do you get these mods? Oh yeah, people are like modding the shit out of the game. I think that's like one of the things that's kind of disappointing is that like I talked about this in chat a little bit. I mean, like players should play their games however they want to play them. But players should play their games however they want to play them. But at the exact same time, the thing is that I would say this, that it sucks to see like so many people that are already downloading like high-end mods. I shouldn't say high-end mods, but they're like back-end mods that are there to like remove game mechanics that are in the game. If you're downloading mods specifically to be able to if you're downloading mods to like improve performance and stuff, like that's one thing, or like quality of life that's not there, that's a whole other thing as well. But like the people that are making like max carry weight so you don't have to worry about, you know, carrying too many things, people that are like, you know, giving themselves, you know, like they can, you know, infinite money so they can repair it. Like it's just like it takes everything out of like the whole point of playing the fucking game. And the funny thing is that like you'll see people that'll play games like that, and we were talking about, you know, the flip side of this as well, which is like, you know, there's already tons of like meta guides and meta builds and stuff like that for Stalker. The game's only been out, and it's just like, you know, I recognized a long time ago that like looking for that kind of stuff sucks. Like it ruins your play experience. At least it did for me. Like, okay, to use this as an example. So I've been playing Metaphor, right? And with Metaphor, like I'm not somebody that's like really big, like especially when a game is giving me like this many choices in like how I build my characters and what abilities I carry over to what, and then you also have like the bosses that you run into, so you want to make sure that you have the right abilities and things like that to be able to fight those kind of people and whatnot. You know, what I like for a game like that is I found like a little guide, just an article that was written ironically by Polygon that was like, hey, this is what we suggest for archetypes to follow for each character. That was it. It didn't say why. It didn't really give you any background on it. It just said like, hey, you know, for the best experience that we had, this is what I ran with these characters and these were the paths that I followed. Rather than explicitly saying like, you need this and this is where you go get like the most powerful weapon and things like that. I think that in a lot of cases, players will meta themselves out of fun and like remove the entire meaning of playing a game entirely. Brawl, thank you for the tier 1, man. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. There are mods that remove some of the tension in the game. Yeah, and like that's kind of the whole fucking point, right? It'd be like playing it'd be like playing Resident Evil and using a mod where you have unlimited ammo. I mean, like that's the whole fucking point. Like you remove that one element, and while it sounds minor when you say it, in practice, it just ruins the entire game. Because, like, the whole point is trying to make sure that you're, like, making your shots count, that you're scouring for ammo, which is likely going to put you at risk because you're going to end up putting yourself in situations where, you know, now, while I'm searching for ammo, I found another group of zombies in a room, and I need to clear them out somehow, and you know, now I got to go in with a knife and take them out or whatever I can do to be able to try to conserve my resources because I have an inkling, a feeling that the game is building up to the point where I'm about to get into a boss fight or something like that, or insta-kill headshot. That's what I'm saying, like making sure that your shots count and stuff like that. And you know, like one of the things that I did when I went in to play Stalker, and this is actually, I'll be honest with you guys, I learned this habit only recently. I only learned this habit recently. It was Warframe. When I went and I played Warframe for the first time, and I said, I'm not looking at guides, I'm not looking at videos, I'm not looking at a wiki, I'm not doing any of these things. If I can't figure the game out myself, then it's the game's fault. As long as I put in the time and the effort and the care to want to find things in this game, and I can't find them, then it's the game's fault. And I'll talk about that, and I'll make a video talking about those things. And I did talk about those things, the things that I ran into that I had a hard time with. But at the end of it, I found like the experience of playing a game like that, like holistically, like removing this fucking poison from my gameplay experience. I think the funny thing is that like I love social media for like video game commentary. I don't like social media for playing video games, like guides and build guides and stuff like that. It's not a shot against the people. This is a personal thing more than anything else. I have friends of mine that are build guide makers on YouTube that do awesome, and they make great guides and whatnot. For me personally, it removes a lot of the enjoyment out of playing games. And the funny, like, and it just depends on the kind of game, I think. Like in certain cases, like as an example, like Path of Exile, there's too much to fucking know. And I'm not trying to go to college to learn a fucking video game. In that case, yeah, I will lean on somebody to, you know, I'll come up with the idea of a build that I'm looking for in my head and then find something that suits that, you know, as closely as possible, and then maybe customize it a bit, you know what I mean? But yeah. Why would you even mod Stalker 2? It's already an 180 gig game. Mod packs for Stalker are like 80 gigs. Yeah. Well, and see, that's the thing. So like when I went to go to play Stalker, Shadow of Chernobyl, I saw a lot of people that were like, dude, just play Gamma. Dude, just play Anomaly. And I'm like, I don't want to, I want to have like the most pure and unadulterated first time experience with this game, right? But I want that virgin experience of playing this game, because I think the reason why I did it, I'll tell you, this is the reason why I played Stalker without anything. One, it's because it's a new way that I've tried to like adopt playing video games now, and I found that I just enjoy games better with it. But the other part is that, you know, the modding community is fucking crazy, right? These guys are wild. The shit that they make for games, like the things that they've done to some of these games, in some cases have made entirely new games out of an existing game. Like they can go wild with these mods sometimes. And if you play a fully modded experience of a game, there's a really good chance that the next version of that game that you'll go to play doesn't meet with the expectations that you've then created for yourself. Like I would guess to say that there are people that the only Stalker that they know of that they've ever played is Gamma or something like that. And there's probably certain areas of Stalker 2 that do not meet their expectations because they played this modded content. Huge stream news in the React channel content Discord. Oh, are you talking about the Steam thing? Yeah, I have that already. Steam news. Thank you. Yeah. I have it actually. Thank you though. Metagaming is so boring. It's like the human version of executing a script instead of actually playing a game. And I think that's the problem. I think that like you have to, like, as weird as it sounds, you have to enact some level of like self-control when it comes to playing a game with mods or playing a game with guides and things like that, because the problem is that if you let it get too out of control, you're literally going to be playing a game step by step and following a guide. And like I would guarantee everybody here is probably guilty of doing that at least once, where like you played a game step by step, like literally like, okay, I'm at this part of the game, all right, let me check the guide. Okay, I need to look for this item. I need to do this. I need to do this. I need to do this. And then you go and you do those things and you find you're just doing it like robotically. You're just like, got it. Got it. Got it. Okay, now what's the next thing I need to do? And then when the game's done, you're like, I could have just watched the fucking cutscenes. I could have just watched the cutscenes and called it a day. Yeah. I do that because I don't have time more than anything to sit and... I don't have the time to sit and play. I mean, like, I think it depends... Again, like I said, I think it depends on the game in a lot of cases. I just personally just don't find any... I don't find any enjoyment out of it. I played Final Fantasy VII with a guide, and I love it. But nowadays, I go in blind with each game. Yeah. Yeah. I only once filed a guide step by step, and I found it ruined the game for me, and it wasn't fun. It was a waste of time. Yeah, yeah. I did Elden Ring step by step on my second playthrough, trying to 100% Elden Ring because I didn't. Yeah. So you know what the funny thing is, like Elden Ring, I did that initially with Elden Ring, but I didn't do like it was when I was starting to like peel myself away from this like step by step playing. And what I used was, do you guys remember that FFXIV map that was put out where it actually showed like if you're like between soul level this and this, you can go here, or you can go here, or you can go here. Like that was perfect. That was all I needed. I didn't need to know where equipment or bosses or story or anything like that was. I just needed to know where I should be comparative to what my power level was. That's all I wanted. Because like I kept wandering into places where I was just getting fucking annihilated and like I couldn't do anything to anything. And the game was just so big that it was so easy to get lost. Yeah, I think second playthroughs are really good with a guide. Yeah. Yeah, because you can go through and say, what did I miss? It's just like in my, like, I guess the problem that I have is it's not build guides. It's not any of that stuff. It's meta guides. It's when you look up the what is the best weapon? What is the best character? Or as an example, like and I used to do this stuff. I'm so sad to say that I used to do this stuff. Who here has got to a game that has choice and consequence? And when you got to that choice and consequence, you then go and look up, you know, what's the most rewarding return, rather than like, what's the choice I want to make? That's the bad one. That's the bad one. That's the one where you're quite literally removing the whole point of playing the fucking game. It's like, woof. And it's like, cool, I got the great reward, but like, at what cost? At what cost? I hate myself for doing this. Yeah. 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 You feel dirty afterwards. You feel so dirty afterwards. When I play Baldur's Gate 3, I think Baldur's Gate's probably like the one game that I didn't do any of that with. And that wasn't actually me trying to like force myself to do anything. It was just the game kind of... like the game like holistically brought it out of you. Like naturally made you do it. Like just make the choices you wanted to make and do the things that you wanted to do. I used to care about meta when I played live service games because I don't have a choice. Now that I play exclusively single player games, I played them like when I was 10. Yeah, and I think that's a really good observation to make as well, is that I think that in a lot of cases, like live service games are the ones that have kind of brought that on to us, because like our time is very costly in a live service game, right? So it's like, if I'm gonna go play Call of Duty, and I know that, like, as an example, I'm excited for when they release Verdansk, and they're gonna bring everybody back to Verdansk for Warzone. I'm super excited for that. I want to make sure that I have the best weapons possible, because I want to have fun in Verdansk. And going in with garbage weapons where people are going to be able to kill me much faster than I can kill them is not my idea of fun. My idea of fun is being on equal playing ground with the vast majority of people that I'm playing against, and it's my skill that decides the outcome of that, which the only way for you to be able to get to that, you know, my skill decides this fight, is to make sure that you're on an even playing field. Dark Urge was a wild ride. How refreshing it was to have the freedom of evil choices. Man, we have fallen. Yeah, you know what the funny thing is that I also, there was a video that I never made and I was going to for Baldur's Gate 3, and it was the idea that because of like how video game narratives have been over the last few years, especially over the last decade, like we've been kind of like coded and trained to only make the good choices and never try to explore evil. And I don't know, and I don't know if it's the games that are training us to do that, or maybe it's like my own like human instinct to choose like the good outcome and like be the good guy. I don't know. Like it's a very interesting situation. But when I played the Dark Urge, I mean, I explored. I explored. I was mad when the game like forced me to do things that I didn't want to, and I was like, well, this is bullshit. I'm like, why did that have to happen? Not like this. It's always been good guy. It's always been good guy and thinks you're gonna play the game evil. Well, I don't know. Like the funny thing is that like I think back to like Fable. And I had no problem being an asshole in Fable. None. None. I think in most cases, when games allow you to be evil or good, I think most people probably fall somewhere in the middle if they play like a natural playthrough. Like if you're just making choices naturally rather than making choices based on, you know, based on like some type of archetype that you're planning on playing as. Are you gonna cover PoE 2 reveal as well as Rod Ferguson making a fool of himself on X? We did the entire PoE reveal yesterday, and I even talked about my personal experience playing Path of Exile 2. I got to play it for 8 hours. That's all in yesterday's stream. But we will talk about Rod Ferguson for fucking sure. For sure. Sacrifice the NPCs for power. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Catching up on everything. Yeah. The Megaton Bond, 10 Penny Tower, so on. Yeah. Let's see here. So like the funny thing is that like they're not wrong, by the way. But I mean, Cyberpunk 2 was fucking rough. Cyberpunk 2 on launch was much more rough than this. I think this is recency bias more than anything else. If I see somebody comparing Stalker 2 to Cyberpunk 2077, that's recency bias. Like that's you do not remember the past correctly, my friend. Yeah, Cyberpunk was unplayable on most consoles. Like the vast majority of people that bought it on PlayStation fully returned it. But PlayStation had to change their refund policy just to be able to let people return the fucking game. Like, this is that's a whole other bag. That's a whole other bag of marbles, man. Yeah, this is much more stable. Does it have some issues? Sure, it has some issues, but as like this is just like being like extra for the sake of being extra. So I like how you say that, Miki. Cyberpunk 2077 was a broken game to play on consoles and to play on all consoles and some PCs. Stalker 2 is only unplayable on some PCs. Yeah, and even then you can probably tinker and get it get it to be like playable. Yeah. Like the funny thing is, so like I've been trying to think about the best way to look at this, and I think really what it is that like when you're looking and you're seeing like the success of the game, and you're also seeing like a lot of pushback between like the two groups, right? I think you have a casual audience that has never played a Stalker game before. They don't know what to expect from the experience, and then you have then you also at the exact same time have a Stalker veteran player base that knows exactly what to expect. They knew that the game was going to be janky. They knew it was going to have issues. They didn't give a shit. They just want Stalker. They don't care, right? It's almost in the same kind of vein as like Fallout or a Bethesda game, basically, right? Where like people just want more Bethesda game because they don't even like. They're more or less actually looking forward to what the future of that game is once that game is fully released. I don't necessarily agree with having that kind of perspective. You know what I mean? Like, I think your expectation should be, I think your expectation should be that, a product is in solid working order when it's released. Now, I will say that this is one of the very few games that I'm going to be relatively forgiving of that for. What engine is it running? Unreal 5. So it already has, it already has all of the workings for a game that's going to be very moddable. It's pretty obvious. People are already modding the game to begin with. Your standards should be higher. Well, I mean, like, I'm confused what you mean. Like, my personal standards? I mean, my personal standards are pretty fucking high. Like, my standards are high. The game runs relatively well for me. Does it have some problems? Sure, but it's no more than I've dealt with other games already. Fuck, I mean, like, I played Dragon's Dogma 2 all the way through. That game was fucking covered in issues. But I criticized them. Now, the difference is, and I think that, like, sometimes, oh, man. I have to take time to actually, like, really think about what my thoughts on something like this is, because the thing is that, like, I have a very strong stance of, like, consumers do not, like, no. It's still very true. Consumers do not have the responsibility to be empathetic for a product. So I think what it is it's upsetting from my perspective when I see people try to defend their game and tell everybody that they're wrong and that they don't understand like how hard it is to make games, and they bend over backwards to try to get people to like be empathetic. I think it's a different story when a company comes forth and just straight up says, hey, our game has problems. We had a lot of issues in development. We're sorry about that, and we're doing our best to work hard to be able to fix those issues. For people expecting a broken game and being okay with it, I mean, yeah, here's my thing. I can't tell people what their expectations should be. I can't tell people to have high expectations or low expectations. You are who you are, right? Simple as that. Like there's no reason for me to try to tell people how they should spend their money or anything like that, or what they think is a worthy investment. I think it's when you start to try to imprint that on other people that it becomes a problem. I think it's the people that are like both like, hey, you need to have higher standards, and then it's also on the flip side, the people that say, well, you shouldn't have higher standards because, we're okay with it. Like, neither one of those are true. I think that, when it comes to like what your standards should be on any product, I think it is a situation by situation, like a product by product basis in a lot of cases. Think about who you're buying it from and what you are buying. But at the end of the day, the average consumer doesn't have to think about any of that kind of stuff. I mean, nobody really does. I don't know. I'm very conflicted on the topic, to be honest with you. There's like certain things that I take a little while to actually like sit down and like consciously think about, rather than just being like fully reactionary. And like, this is one of those things where it's like both of these are right. Except for this part. This is not right. This is wrong. But like not recommending the game because of like performance issues and stuff like that. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Blake Rogers 5 says, for me personally, I hit my threshold for buggy games, man. It's too common. I'll come back when Stalker 2 is patched and they get some stuff fixed. Yeah, and I think that that's completely fair. I think that's 100% fair. Have you had Kuriyama and Indie? Fun, rewarding side quest? No. Thank you for the 14 months, man. Holy shit, you've been around for a long time, man. Thank you for the resub. If someone can't play the game, why would they recommend it? Yeah. If you can't play it, then that's it. Game scope is too big now. Bugs are inevitable. The degree matters, and the devs' timely response matters. Baldur's Gate 3 is a great game, but it had its fair share of bugs even now. Oh, Baldur's Gate 3 like had a shitload of issues when it released. A ton of issues when it released. Act 3 for some people was almost entirely unplayable. But people still kept playing it because it was just that good of a game. Like, the game itself was good. It's just that the cleanup work wasn't done, wasn't finished, and there were some other issues and things like that that were out there, right? Over time, it got better and better. But yeah. Tickle, thank you for the resub too, man. Has anyone actually tried to run it on the S? Probably not without lighting their house on fire. In which year did it become normal to excuse issues by calling for empathy? Me as a consumer shouldn't have to care about this. Either your product is worth my time or not. Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, I've said that in multiple videos. You are under no circumstances required to be empathetic for a game releasing in poor condition. That doesn't mean that you can't be if you don't want to be. You know what I mean? Like, and that's what I think the difference is between these two kinds of opinions that I see is that you have the general consumer, which is, I'm not responsible. I don't have to be. I don't need to play this. I don't need to feel bad that I don't like that the game released in a bad condition. I'm going to wait for it to launch. I can't recommend it or whatever, yada, 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 right? Like, totally fine. Totally fine. You are not responsible to be empathetic when we're talking about you are spending your money on a product. However, if you want to be, you still can be. That's the kind of point to be made, right? Like, the thing is that, like, is it surprising to me at all that this game released in the condition that it released in? No, not even of course. It's obvious. Like, they released this game likely because they were, one, under pressure from Xbox to make sure that the game got out on time. And then, two, they likely released the game because they were running on the red line of funding and they had to get it out. That's it. Is that the fault of the consumer? No. Are they the ones that need to clean up for that mess? No. No, we're not. But at the same time, for the people that want to support it because they understand the situation in which that studio went through to be able to make the game in the first place, they are wholly welcome to be able to support the game. I'm one of those people. I am one of those people that I am totally fine with buying the game and knowing that it's going to get better later and supporting the studio and treating this more like an early access more than anything else, because I would almost guarantee that, like, I can't even... I was talking about this in Discord. I don't even know... I can't even imagine how much it cost to relocate your entire studio and staff across the entire country during an active war. like I just fucking, I can't even imagine how much that cost them. And I guarantee that's probably what sucked up the rest of their budget and put them on the red line and then forced the game out the door. We need to stop guilt trip. This is not a guilt trip. If you're thinking this is like a guilt trip or something like that, that's not what you're completely missing the point. I'm saying that looking at the game from either of these perspectives, as like the original Stalker fans that want to support the studio, or the people that are empathetic and want to support the studio, they're not better people, by the way. I want to let you know this. They are not better people than the people that don't want to play it because it's broken. They're not. But I will say one thing. This definitely puts into context, you know, when we see developers that come out and want to talk about like how hard it is to make a video game and how much of a struggle they went through to put a game out. You want to talk about a fucking game that was hard to make. You want to talk about a game that's hard to make. This one's hard. I'm happy the devs are honest. Yeah, and I mean, like, I brought this up yesterday, but I saw that they like pinged on, like, they're already on it, right? We brought this up yesterday, but they're already like working on it. They're already listening to player feedback. They're doing whatever they can to try to get ahead of it, or at least not get ahead of it, but they're doing their best to try to make sure that they can be on top of it. That's probably the better way to say it. You're entitled to either perspective. Yeah, I think that's probably the better way to look at it. And the funny thing is, like, this is probably one of those, this is a rare instance in which you are entitled to that position, right? Like, here's the thing, for the people that are out there that were like standing for like Bethesda as an example, no, I'm sorry. You're not entitled to that. You're not entitled to that opinion. You're not. We're talking about a developer. We're talking about a developer that has infinitely more resources, more money, more experience, more everything, that can put a game together without any issues whatsoever, but chooses to do so regardless because they don't respect their consumers. They don't respect the customers. They think it's funny and quirky to release their games in a buggy state, and they think that it's just part of it. Like that. I think that's where like my issue is, where I kind of like bounce between the two of them, is that it's like this developer genuinely has an excuse. You as a consumer don't have to buy it. Like that's irregardless of the situation. But the vast majority of I actually said it. I tweeted out about it actually. Where I because I said it's sad that multi-billion-dollar studios have made us callous to how games launch with issues. Games made with infinitely more experience, resources, launched to the same state of a game that's developed, interrupted by war, developers drafted by the military, or losing their life. You know, we want to talk about how hard it is to make a game. This is hard. Yeah, that's kind of the whole point. Is the fact that like the amount of times that we've had developers try to like ask us for fucking pity. We don't owe them pity, especially when we're looking at the vast majority of these. They deserve the success, especially if they continue to work on it. I mean, if they just launched the game and then walked away from it, I think that would be a completely different story too, right? We're not dating the developers. No. Also, why early access is a good idea. See, and the thing is, I talked about this on stream yesterday. I think that likely early access probably would have been the direction for them to go in because they are an independent company. But the problem is that they signed up for Microsoft's. Microsoft had signed a deal with them, which is likely money that they need. I hate the corporate world. I'm now realizing I wonder when Microsoft bought the marketing rights and the Stalker 2 exclusivity for Game Pass. Because I would guarantee there's a very high chance that because of the costs that they incurred from having to move their studio across the country while developing the game in a war zone, that they were desperate for funding, and Microsoft swooped in on that and cut them a deal to help them get the money they needed to be able to get the game to the finish line, which then would have blocked their ability to make the game go into early access if that was the route that they wanted to go in. That's probably exactly what happened. That's actually... That's probably exactly what happened. They put out any sales of the Game Pass numbers yet? Logical leap? I don't think it's a logical leap at all. To be honest with you, like, if you look at the timeline of the game, a lot of it makes sense. Do I think it was motivated? Do I think it was motivated? Like, they were like, ooh, they're vulnerable, we're gonna go for it? I don't think it's like that necessarily. I think they saw it as a good deal. Do I think that they try to like leverage it more and knew that they could probably get, you know, like pay them less because of the situation they were in? Probably. Corporate working is typically, you know, cold. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily a very feeling business. Having a timetable and not releasing it on PlayStation is a good deal, considering that something like Tencent would ask for IP influence. Yeah. What's up, Buzz Lightbeer? Hey man, first time stream viewer. Been watching your content from the shadows, relevant topics, professional edits, and solid as fuck delivery. Keep fighting the good fight, man. Hey, thanks, brother. Appreciate it, man. Yeah. The reason why, and like, I'm not saying that this is like some type of like brutal corporate scheme or anything like that. It's just how things worked out. Because if you think about it, like the game's in Unreal Engine 5. Unreal Engine 5 wasn't available for developers to use, I think, until 2022. So that was only 2 years ago. So they also were switching. They were also switching engines in the same timeline that they were going through all the shit that they were going through. So like that's probably, you know, here you are moving your studio. Yeah. Apparently you're in the 1% of LD enjoyers. Gotta love it, man. Gotta love it. Love to hear it. So would you say the Stalker series is worth going back and playing if you enjoy Stalker 2? For sure. Yeah. I mean, just realize that obviously you're going to be downgrading a pretty significant amount when it comes to like visual fidelity and whatnot like that. But yeah, 1 million copies sold, man. I mean, I would probably, and you know what the funny thing is that I would say that the vast majority of that 1,000 or 1 million copies sold is likely people that were just supporters of the original games. We're not even talking about, and this is only, the game's only been out for what, a day or 2 days? 2 days, I think, yeah, probably about 2 days. Yeah. So with that said, and by the way, it's only available on Xbox and PC. That's a crazy oh no, I was reading something else. Not want bad talk on developers, but like they moved the release date 3 or 4 times. First time was April of 2022, so it's an interesting thing to me. I was talking about this in stream, and obviously this is more or less me just like guessing from from a business perspective. But when did they? I searched this recently. When was Stalker 2? Yeah, Stalker 2 was initially announced in 2010. They said that they were going to release the game in 2012. After the official sales of the series exceeded 4 million copies worldwide, we had no doubts left in creating the next big game in the universe. Something happened. Like, I don't know this whole story of the studio, but if I'm not mistaken, like, there was like a breakup of the studio, and like they closed the studio and made the game like fully available to players if they wanted to mod it or anything like that. They basically just threw it out there. They didn't even care that people were pirating the game because I think they had shut down the studio for a while. I'm right about that, correct? Yeah. Okay. I want to make sure that I want to make sure that I'm being like somewhat accurate about this. Then that's my understanding too. So like there was some like breakup, some issues, so it's not even like the original dev team, but I do think that it's still like the original visionary for the series. Chances are the thing is that like, I mean, one, saying that you're gonna like in 2010 saying that you're gonna release a game in 2012 is pretty like, hey, we're making another game, and that's very ambitious. So likely they were likely they were overly ambitious with their idea of when they were going to be released, like the when they were going to release the game. Then after that, what ended up happening is like while they were probably developing the game, it probably went through some, you know, image changes, identity shifts, and things like that. You know, games get stuck in development hell all the time. It's nothing new. We see it all over the place. Then 2021 or 2020 hits, you know, 8 years later of them being in development, and they realize that like they see everything that's going on with Unreal, and they see all the tech demos for Unreal Engine 5. Then they probably think about wanting to change the engine, and they like, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say they didn't fuck up. They've totally, like, they're, when you're developing a game for like 14 years, like obviously there was a bunch of issues that were going on. Dev times were shorter back then. Yeah, they were. That is true. Didn't they announce the game in 2019? No, 2010 is when they first announced it. The studio had a critical existence failure, and then it took a while for them to be reformed. Yeah, maybe. Ukraine war delayed the game. Ukraine war wasn't until 2021, if I'm not mistaken. So, like, that's, you know, they announced Stalker 2 in 2010. Was there another one? Was there one in 2014? Or 15? There was. There was. There was the Russo-Ukrainian war that was in 2014. I forgot all about that. So the game was developed under 2 separate wars. Holy shit. Yeah, Russia annexed Crimea in 2014. I forgot all about that. That's rough. Kind of calm after 2015. How long was the lead up to how long was the lead up until the throwdown in 2014 though? That means they should get the gunplay right. That's why the guns do probably feel fucking good in the game. I mean, I think that the actual gun, like the gunplay in the game is insane. They had border skirmishes constantly over the years. Yeah. Oh, 2022. What? See, I'm not like a war buff. I haven't really been paying attention to a lot of these kind of things, to be honest with you. Like, I see it out of the corner of my eye, but I don't really like pay too much attention to it. So 2022 was a huge expansion of the 2014 war. Yeah. Showed a buddy of mine the PoE2 stream from yesterday, and I think I just made a lifelong fan out of him. The game's fucking huge. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me use the bathroom. All right. We're good. As a little part of the game dev and UK Russian community, start not 2014, but after 2022. Stalker 2 is a broken mess. I think it's hit or miss for a lot of people. I was surprised that the game actually feels like the old Stalker games. Didn't think it would be the case for how long it's been. Yeah, and I don't think it's even a lot of the same people either. Funny thing is, the first release date in April of 2022. It started in 2022, but doesn't the game ready just time for polished work? The first release date of April 2022. Well, we're looking at it right here. Stalker 2 was initially announced in 2010, with the CEO setting the date in 2012. So that was when it was first announced. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to actually like go through the entire like development period and stuff like that, and like research it properly, and then I'll probably put my thoughts into a video and discuss the game. Obviously, that's coming, right? GCS had their offices raided by authorities multiple times over the years as well. That's crazy. There was an IP debate with THQ and something like that, if I'm not mistaken. Good lord. Like, they Jesus, man. The rabbit hole only gets deeper. The rabbit hole only gets deeper. Stalker 2 timeline vid win? Yeah, maybe it has to be something like that. It doesn't have bugs, it has anomalies. True. That's why it didn't come out in 2010. Okay. So it was problems with THQ. Which, by the way, I hope you guys know who THQ actually is. THQ is Embracer. When was Embracer started? 2011. So that would have been 3 years after they formed Embracer Group. Yeah, Embracer Group was established as Nordic Games Licensing within Nordic Games Group in 2011. So they had basically they had taken off their shell company or their licensing company and separated it from THQ. So how did it go? Nordic already existed. Nordic bought THQ. became THQ Nordic, and then they broke off Embracer Group to be their licensing branch. So when you say like they had licensing issues with fucking Embracer Group. Which adds an entire other layer of, you know, doo-doo all over this. Fucking just smeared all over it. Everyone had issues with Embracer. We all do. Everybody does. I wonder how they play into this entire thing as well. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into all this. What a fucking rabbit hole. THQ used to make pretty solid games. They had a couple licenses for some things that they made that were pretty solid. Most of the games that a lot of people remember that they like THQ for, in a lot of cases, most of them, outside of maybe like Titan Quest, were games that were licensed through them, or like published. Sorry. Got to give them credit for not canceling the game and considering all the circumstances. Well, I mean, like, and that's the thing, is that, like, you look at the entire time. I guarantee when I sit down and look at the entire timeline of it, it's going to be even more fucking crazy to believe that the game is even real. But yeah, I'm glad to see that the game hit 1 million copies already. I think it's going to continue to grow. I peeked at its Steam numbers. It's looking good, baby. Looking good. Released to first day peak was 108,000 players. You know, here it is the next day. We're at 117. I would guarantee come this weekend, we'll probably see it pop up even higher on like Saturday, maybe even Sunday is usually a pretty big day as well. Yeah. Yeah, it's doing pretty good, man. It's doing pretty good. Gotta be happy with it. It's crazy to see like how many games we've had this year that have like busted out the gate when it comes to like first day, like first week sales, and they've just continued to get better. Can you give how many times more than Dustborn? A lot more. Doing well so far, but these next few weeks are critical. I mean, if we're looking at 1 million copies sold, game I think is selling at $70 if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember how much it was. What is it on Steam? $60. So they've already netted 60 mil. I'm minus, you know, all the other fees and shit like that as well, but not bad. If we're talking retention, I mean, it's not a live service game, so retention's not really that big of an issue. Though I will say that like retention in the first like 2 weeks is a good thing to have when a game first releases, because it usually ends up meaning that the game stays in like regular conversation and people are going to continue to play it. Stalker 2 is going to get bigger video coming. I haven't used that name in a while. That kind of title. This, I mean, the game undoubtedly will. it undoubtedly will get bigger. Are you kidding me? It already beat Veilguard? Yeah, it already smashed Veilguard. We can expect another bump when they add multi and AI 2.0. Yeah, multiplayer is going to be huge. I would actually say probably one of the biggest things that I would... And keep in mind, it also has a season pass as well, so they're going to end up adding more. They're going to add expansion content to it in the future. So within the next 2 years, we'll see another piece of expansion content to the game, which I think is really cool. Let me think. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how it performs. I think it's going to do pretty good. Does Stalker 2 get rolled over? Stalker 2 is past the it's past the like point where like you can be eligible to be in the Game Awards. They said they were also adding free content too. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be in consideration for 2025. I guarantee it's going to get some awards in 2025. Game of the year, I don't know. We'll have to see. It didn't review super well on Metacritic because of its launch date, and I don't think that they're going to go back and change any of those. And I hate to say it, but like keep in mind, keep in mind that yeah, I got a 73 on Metacritic. 60 average reviews. So typically for the most part when games come out and they don't review well, they're never really they're like, you got to keep in mind, like I said, like we've talked about, these awards are voted by critics. Now I think there are some games that are like they can't avoid saying it's a good game, right? Like I think like Black Myth Wukong is one of those games, like it's just like it's too fucking big of a deal for them to be like, no, it's not gonna be, you know, it doesn't win an award for anything and stuff like that. It's like one of those ones where it's like, Now, the Game Awards I think are gonna be really interesting. I would almost guarantee, if I had to take a wild guess, what do I think the Game of the Year winner is going to be? Probably Elden Ring. Yeah, probably Elden Ring. I would say, I'd say they'll vote for, like, the reason why I say this is because, like, looking at a lot of the different panelists that they have, like a lot of the, like, a lot of the outlets that are the people that are making up 90% of the votes, like, you have a lot of people that are in there that are probably going to be basing their ballot off of the game that they heard of. Because, like, am I really to believe that, like, Variety, NPR have played all of these games and have played them enough and understand like game culture and the industry enough to be able to make like an educated vote? No. No. Actually, you know, the funny thing is I was looking at the like the ballot cast thing that they have, and the outlets are actually the outlets aren't even hold on. This is crazy to me. This right here. Are voting outlets given free or advanced copies of games? At the start of the award season, game publishers and developers are provided with a list of outlets that will submit nomination ballots. While most of our voting outlets have access to games through normal editorial process, publishers and developers are permitted to provide review copies or digital redemption codes. To meet our balloting deadlines, publishers or developers may provide advance or pre-release access to games for critical evaluation. The reason why this is stated is because of the fact that there are outlets that are involved that have not played these games at all. Is that bad? Yeah, that's bad. Because they don't play fucking video games. Because they don't fucking play them. Like I talked about it in that video. Like, you go and you look. Like, okay, like for sure they've been playing the games. Easy Allies, yeah. Entertainment Weekly, probably not. Inverse, maybe. What is Inverse? Okay, yeah, they do cover game. LA Times, New York Times, Wirecut, The Atlantic, NPR, Variety. Like these are outlets that are they're getting these game codes before the game, like before the awards. They're watching the trailer and voting. Yeah. They're barely through the yeah. Like that's the point that I make. Like Rolling Stone. I think Rolling Stone might actually have a video game review. I don't think they have a reviewer. They don't have a reviewer, but they have somebody that covers the industry at the very least. Like discussing film, I know that's not one. The Mirror. I want to show you this. The Mirror UK. This is who's voting on your game awards. Yeah. 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 How does that make you feel? It's so fucking stupid. It's so like what? Read it on paper? Yeah. The Guardian, Florida man reporting. Yeah, it's a tabloid. It's literally a tabloid, like literally a tabloid website. And you know what's crazy is that like when I'm looking at this list, like, so you got like Skill Up, but like outside of that, you don't have any other like Skill Up's the only one that's like in the industry. Like they don't want to include any other like content like professional content like I think Gamer Ranks is on here, aren't they? Yeah, Gamer Ranks is on here. Okay. Giant Bomb does MMO stuff. I've heard the name before. Yeah, I know Giant Bomb is definitely one. But it's crazy to see. It's crazy to see like some of the outlets that are included in here, and it's just like, bro. And that's why they have that whole thing in place where they're like, yeah, the developers can go ahead and they can send, they can send keys to these people and vote for them. All four are game oriented for France. That's good. Yeah, I do. The funny thing is, a lot of the like, a lot of the ones that are from like other countries are actually submitting. Everywhere in the world, except for the US and UK. Everywhere else in the world, they're all sending video game outlets to vote on the Game Awards. Except for the US and the UK. Come on, man. Come on. Who owns all these media outlets? Who owns all these media outlets, and are they sponsored by the Game Awards? Oh, I'm sure there's double dipping for sure. I mean, there's a lot of the list that are all like the same company that owns IGN. I forgot what the name of it is. Something Davis. 10% community voted. You know, the funny thing is, I saw a lot of people that were talking about, they're like, well, you know, we don't want it to be community ran, because if it's community ran, then it's going to be all over the place and nothing would ever actually, like, the voting would be crazy. And like, I actually do agree with that. I think that the professional voices, Ziff Davis, thank you. I do think that I do think that in a lot of cases, in a perfect world where like Western legacy media actually did meet the same perspectives of the players, which is kind of, I mean, it's it's skeet shooting basically, you know what I mean? It's all over the place. But, in a perfect world where our perspectives met, a 70-30 split would make more sense. But 90-10 is like ridiculous. Like, let's be real. Like 90-10 is fucking stupid. Like that means that like I think I have the right of it when I say that the only time that the fan voting would ever actually matter is in the event of an actual tie. And even then, their votes probably aren't even likely counted. Because, like, what the fuck is the point? Why? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why even bother at that point? Yeah. Why even bother? There's really no reason to. I love it. Danny O'Dwyer's going in. He says the atmosphere of Stalker 2 is unrivaled. I'm 19 again, wandering the zone in search of fortune, but only finding horror after horror after horror. Yeah. And I think he shares the same view as a lot of people. Yeah, I've run into plenty of bugs, but I've played through a lot of these games and they were always a little rough. It's weirdly sort of in theme for the world. I enjoy the game enough to work around them. That is a fucking genius. Oh. It's weirdly sort of in theme for the world. You know, people jokingly say there aren't any bugs in Stalker, there's just anomalies. The funny thing is that because of the theme of the game, the bugs do kind of play into that idea of, you know, like as an example, like I think I shot an enemy and like they shot up and, or no. I saw a clip of somebody that shot an enemy and the enemy like just flew up in the air and started spinning randomly. The funny thing is that, like, I watched that and I was like, I don't know if that's actually a bug or intended. There are no professionals in gaming opinion. Ridiculous. What are you talking about? I never said that there's no professionals in gaming opinion. Of course there's professionals. If the dead dude went into a vortex, I mean, who's to say? Who's to say? But I think that is like the main, like the big seller of a game like this. Outlets shouldn't get a higher percentage of votes. Again, like I said, if they were doing their job the way that they should be, which, I mean, some of them are. I'm not going to say all of them aren't. But if the majority of them were doing what they were supposed to be doing instead of trying to fight the players, and then I would disagree and I would say that they should have, like, the split should be mostly on the people that do this for a fucking living, that dissect games mechanics and things like that. But the problem is that like there's so much, the industry in a lot of ways, I actually, you know, I take that back. I think that in a lot of cases, I think that I think you actually might be kind of right on something in saying that like there's no professional. I think like the professionalism is kind of being sucked out of a lot of video game journalism, and in a lot of cases it's more turned into like drama posting and more than anything else. And what it is it's this adversarial attitude towards their audience and being upset I think a lot of it is rooted in bitterness that their platform is falling apart and they're just lashing out. Like, you know, look at these dumb gamers screaming online about this game or talking about this thing or saying they want hotter women in games or doing this or whatever, like, you know, pointing their finger all over the place. And I think in that they've lost a lot of like the professionalism that comes with like a really good, strong, critical game review. And I think that like and I understand people have their different perspectives on different content creators and stuff like that. But when I look at somebody like SkillUp, like you cannot say that like his reviews, whether you agree with his review or not, is regardless of the fact, you cannot say that he does not word his position accurately. And also with like a certain level of like professional flair that like helps you understand his perspective in a way that you otherwise wouldn't from a lot of other people. They've lost to YouTube, YouTube and Twitch influence a little bit, yeah, for sure. Phoenix with the $9.99. Thank you for the 10, man. Appreciate that. I honestly don't get why people are acting like it's a surprise that there's performance issues on an indie game that spent most of its dev time in a nation either on the brink of civil war or in a war zone. Yeah, it does play into it quite a lot. ACG is another really good one too. Gamer Ranks I think does a really good job as well. Do you have a playlist that you use for music for the streams? 9 times out of 10, it's Baldur's Gate 3. Like 9 times out of 10, it's just like Baldur's Gate 3 like remixes and stuff like that. The music that they made for that game is just so fucking legendary. It's so peak that it fits almost any occasion. Plus, I always really like I like having something more chill and relaxing in the background where we're hanging out and talking about these kind of things. Yeah, and you know what the funny thing is? I wasn't even thinking about this, that it's already sold 1 million copies, but we have no idea how many people are playing it on Game Pass. And seeing as though the game is free on Game Pass as long as you have it, well, if that's the case, I mean, there's a really good chance that there's probably even twice as many people that are playing it on Xbox. This channel is 11 out of 10. I appreciate that. One dude gave me a big facepalm. Why is there English people in the Ukrainian zone? I'm thinking about switching to the Ukrainian stuff. Game Pass is goated. What's up, Moxie? Yeah, so I'd almost guarantee that the game probably has even twice as many players on Game Pass right now. Why do they do this to themselves? The eligibility of timing of Jeff Keighley's award show cuts games like Dragon Age the Veilguard off at the knees. Dragon Age the Veilguard is eligible, though. It just didn't get voted. How... In case you missed it, the nominees for the 10th Annual Game Awards were set on December 12th, and they've been announced. The frontrunners are predictably nominated multiple categories, such as Astrobot, Metaphor, Refantasio, which scored 7 and 6 nominations, respectively. But there were some pleasant surprises, too, like the Darling Balatro. God, dude, they're seething. They're seething! But there are some pleasant surprises too, like the hit Balatro, nominated for the awards top award. But all these years, the timing of the showcase confounds me, especially as I see it as an intentionally sabotaged games that are eligible for a nomination, but released too close to the cutoff date for a proper shot at consideration. Yes, I'm talking about Dragon Age the Veilguard. Why don't you like it? For context, any game is publicly any game that is publicly available by November 22nd, a date that is still several days away from the nominations that were announced, were eligible this year. According to staffers at jury outlets Kotaku has spoken to, ballots were due by November 12th. While each outlet has its own internal process for how it handles submitting nominations, some that Kotaku spoke to explain. Well, how does that even make any sense? So you're basing this off of fucking hearsay. Ballots are due by November 12th, but it's any game that's made available on the 22nd. While each outlet has their own internal process, some that Kotaku spoke to explained that they had votes in even earlier date so that they could tally the votes for submission. The result is several overlapping deadlines that affect which games actually have a reasonable chance of being nominated for the Game Awards. The games such as the Veilguard, which can take up to 60 hours to complete and launched less than 2 weeks before the ballots are due, it was never gonna win anything anyway. What the fuck sense does that even make? Bro, what are you bitching about? What do you even... It was already nominated for the Golden Joysticks. And it lost there. So if it was nominated in the Golden Joysticks, then it already had the opportunity to be able to make it into the Game Awards. Which can take 60 hours to complete, and it launches in less than 2 weeks before the ballots were due. 2 weeks before the... Launched in less than 2 weeks before the... Bro, it's your fucking job to beat the game within 2 weeks anyway. What are you talking about? The vast majority... All this does is serve to reinforce the point that I had made before, which is the fact that these outlets aren't actually even playing these games to begin with. Because the games that, like the companies that people, the outlets that should be voting are the people that reviewed these fucking games. It's the people that reviewed the games, man. Because they had their reviews out when the date, like before the game came out. Why are you like this? Affecting the timing, voters just didn't have enough time. They did with similarly epic games like Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree, which launched much earlier. Nor does it benefit the brevity the way some games do, like Astrobot. Because of the lack in distance and the eligibility cutoff of the votes, you know what the funny thing is? This goes right in line with the article that I had read and that I had talked about in my last video, where Paul Tossi was talking about how there was some rumblings about games journalists trying to push Dragon Age the Veilguard through into the Game of the Year. Especially when they're saying something like this, because of the lack of distance between the eligibility cutoff and the votes due to the timing, timing is everything to determine whether or not a game can even get on the ballot. Oftentimes, the Game Awards is less a celebration about the best and brightest of the industry has to offer than they are a representation of the most popular and mainstream games that voters actually got around to. Well, that's true. But that's also because you're not including the right people on the ballot to begin with. The people that are voting are just the people that are voting based off of whether they heard about it. Ignoring recency bias entirely, are we? Yeah, like that's even worse, where it's like, oh, well, like, here's the thing. If a game came out at the very beginning of the year and it was really good, and it was so good and so memorable that it got itself a nomination at the end of the year, that in a lot of cases for me would mean a heck of a lot more than a game that just came out today and now you're glazing as hard as you possibly can and you guys think it needs to be Game of the Year. Games that aren't aren't even out yet are technically eligible. But it's unlikely that many voters will have much time with these, if any. Sure, someone might have a review copy, but one or two people at a publication trying to convince their colleagues who haven't touched the game one or two people at a publication trying to convince their colleagues who haven't touched the game that they should give it a space on the single ballot for the biggest award show in the industry is a near impossible task. The lack of meaningful gap between the eligibility cutoff and the ballots were due to especially damaging the technically fall within the window, but are only available to a few select jurors, and only for a brief time before the votes must be cast. For example, Stalker 2 launched today, November 20th, and while I don't think it would have been nominated for much, under the Game Awards' current structure, it's technically eligible, but a game that only a select few of the jury have been able to put reasonable amount of time into to give it a fair shot, because statistically, almost no one in the jury would have had the time to be able to play it. As long as the show's eligibility window ends within a hair's breadth of the ballots are due. Well, the problem is that if you're saying to do it at the very end of the year, you also now have the holidays that people are running into. And what about the games that are going to come out? Like, you're just going to keep bitching about this no matter what. Like, from my perspective, you're going to bitch about it, like, as long as it's just not your fucking game. Or in the case of Kotaku, if it's not the game with the message that you need to have delivered, and it's like, you're just going to keep pushing the time back. You're just going to keep pushing the time back. So it's like, okay, so what if they moved it and instead it was like all games are released by Christmas, right? Well, then you're like, well, then what about this game that came out after Christmas? We need to do the Game Awards the following year. As long as the show's eligibility window is with the hair breadth, already got that part. Sometimes a game like Spider-Man 2 manages to make its way into multiple categories despite releasing late in the window because it's a huge IP. The first IP that you can complete in a comfortable 20 hours. Other games like the Veilguard launching at a time is so disadvantageous that you only get one nomination in accessibility, chosen by a specialist panel whose role in the awards is to be turned into the pillar of game design. Bro, how do you lack the self-awareness to realize that the vast majority of people that played this fucking game didn't actually really fucking like it all that much? Like, they thought it was okay, but it's not a game of the year. It's not a fucking knockout of the park. It's okay, but then it's also grating as shit at times, and that's pretty much it. Do they believe the stuff they actually write? No, I think that in a lot of cases what they do is they just write shit down and they don't think anybody's going to read it anyway, so they just say whatever they want, right? They say whatever, like, the fucking inner machinations of their fucking mind. This is just fucking mind-blowing to me, though. So disadvantageous that you only get a nomination for accessibility. You want to know why? You want to know why Veilguard only got a fucking vote for accessibility? Because because they just wanted to give the game a fucking participation trophy. chosen by a specialist panel whose role in the awards is to be turned into the pillar of game design. Don't you understand? So I like the indication here that accessibility is the role in which the award should be turned into the pillar of game design. Accessibility is the pillar. It is the main pillar in game design. Not story, not music, not gameplay, not whether or not people actually liked it, not how well supported it was. Is it accessible? God Lord, dude. Accessibility used to mean on an accessible level. Now, well, yeah, and that's the thing. They've changed the meaning of accessibility. Could you zoom in a little bit more? Yeah, sorry. So they've changed the wording for accessibility in a lot of cases. So like sometimes they'll make it accessible. So like initially accessibility used to be specifically for like, are you colorblind? Are you deaf? Are you paralyzed? Like, fast, disabilities and things like that. That's usually what it's supposed to be for. It's supposed to be for that. Oh, it is tuned. Yeah, tuned in. Yeah, whose role in the awards is to be tuned into the pillar of game design. Yeah. That's what it used to be for. However, it's like lost the meaning. Is probably a better way to say it. It's kind of lost the meaning since then. And now all of a sudden, accessibility is now like turned its eyes, or not turned its eyes, but the term of accessibility has now been turned into something else, where now they're basically treating, minorities and people of, various backgrounds into people that need accessibility as well. So basically, depending on the color of your skin, they're also now considering you to be disabled as well. They did describe features of each of these games, so Dragon Age isn't entirely without merit. I actually do feel like in a lot of cases, like the games that are pushing for accessibility, especially when it comes to just general design for you to be able to play these games, or make the games more available to people regardless of whatever disabilities and stuff they have. It is actually a really important thing. I'm not going to pretend like it's not. Yeah, not going to pretend like it's not. I think it's huge what a lot of people have been doing. That's like the whole, what is it called? The neuro, whatever, the thing that Elon Musk company's been working on for a while now. You guys know what I'm talking about? NeuroNet or whatever. The fucking brain implant and stuff. Neuralink, thank you. Yeah. I think that I think when you get to see stuff like that, it's such a cool thing to see the work that's been going on in those kind of areas of the industry, to be able to allow people that, are paralyzed or whatever it might be, actually be able to play these games. I think it's huge. I get motion sick from poor frame rate and fuzzy pictures. Can I have an accessibility for better performance? These fucking games give me vertigo. Can you guys please fucking make sure the frame rate is stable? That's fucking good. That's fucking good. Compared to the Grammys, one of the biggest award shows in the music industry. This is one that takes place. See what I said? I said they'd want to push it till next year. Push it to the next year. But the eligibility criteria is months removed from the actual show. The 2025 Grammys will recognize releases up to September 16th to August 31st, 2024. So it's over a year. That's fucking goofy. It's game of the year, not game of the fucking fiscal year. Nominations weren't even the rest of the rest of this all just fucking coping. Inevitably, there will be those who say that the Veilguard wasn't snubbed and that it just didn't deserve its recognition. Pushing aside the bad faith. Oh no. Pushing aside the bad faith, transphobic, and racist nonsense that's been surrounding the game for months, there is a discussion to be had. It is without a doubt one of the most divisive games in BioWare's catalog, but anyone who thinks its timing didn't play a factor into its complete absence is kidding themselves. And this kind of fundamental failing will affect games you like just as much as the ones you don't one day. Justice for Gareth David Lloyd. You deserve a best performance nod for your work is soulless. What the fuck did I expect? What did I expect? I don't know, like... What did I expect? I don't even know what to say. Like, the funny thing is that you took... I'll give it to you. You did pretty good here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 paragraphs before you release the beast. 7 paragraphs before you release the beast. I mean, you kept it hidden for a while, but man, you let it out there at the end, huh? Unbelievable. See, you know, people keep asking me, they're like, who even reads these articles? Why would you even read these articles? Because they're fucking hilarious. Because they're fucking hilarious. How could you not be entertained? We got 480 people here that just watched me read this. Are you not entertained? It's so fun. They're such a fucking meme of themselves. Comedy gold. It is, man. It is. It's so funny. It's one of those things where I'm like sitting there. By the way, I was actually reading the article and I was like, wow. I'm like, even though like I'm disagreeing with their points, I'm like, at least this is well written. You're not including any type of like weird caveat into like social politics or something like that. And then you wrap it all up in the end. You give it one more like, ah. The reason why I'm angry that it's not in the Game Awards actually doesn't have anything to do with the quality of the game. It has everything to do with the people that don't like it, that I think that are actually part of a group of people that, man. I'm disabled now that I read that. They're missing the point. If the Veilguard was actually good, people would have made time for it. The hype and the buzz around something that's good will pique voters' interest. Absolutely true. Absolutely fucking true. Yep, that is the best way to look for it. Like, here's the thing. How about this? Let's flip. Let's say that Dragon Age: The Veilguard was released when Black Myth came out, or when we'll use Elden Ring as a better example. Let's say that Dragon Age: The Veilguard released when Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree came out. Everybody and their fucking mother would be making time to play Shadow of the Erdtree. Everybody. I never thought I'd read something that coped as hard as that article. That was rough. That was rough. And it would have been nominated just the same. Chances are, probably, yeah. I think there's a bit of, you know. I don't even like Elden Ring, and I can't deny that the game is very well made. Like, so the thing is, I'm sticking, by the way, I'm going to stick with my, I'm gonna stick with my original conspiracy theory that this game, but that Shadow of the Erdtree was actually voted in. It was probably voted in specifically because of the fact that they had a lot of outlets that don't have a lot of background in video games. I think that's part of it, and I think the other part of it was probably to block like anybody that was trying to push like Dragon Age: The Veilguard through. I really do think that's the case. Did you forget the media surrounding Forsaken? That was 10 times more cringe and copium infused. That was pretty rough too. I fully agree with that. I gotta grab a package just got delivered. I gotta grab it real quick. Give me like 2 seconds. Okay, back. Or to block Wukong from winning? I mean, it actually could be that as well. Who knows? Could be that as well. Let's see here. 200 or 20 to... Dude, this is crazy. I saw somebody else commenting on this. I want to comment on it now, but so this guy says... 25 to 50 hour of campaign. Hearing how much focus has gone into the campaign is rather disappointing. Campaigns in ARPGs are one of the weakest part of the genre, and it seems like all this effort is gone into something you're going to want to rush through for an end game. So I think like what they're trying to say is that like the fact that like they're like even trying to put any effort into it. People who think like this are killing the industry at this point. Yeah. No. Immediately first comments is exactly what it's supposed to be. People who are thinking like this is what's killing the gaming industry at this point. Why even make a story or a campaign? Why not just give us your game purely about fighting bosses? And if you think campaigns and ARPGs are weak, it's because people like you keep saying that, so companies stop bothering with them. Remember Diablo 2? Heck, remember PoE 1 had a great story. Grim Dawn was good. Torchlight 1 and 2 were good. Titan Quest was great. Even Wolcen was a decent story, but not an end game. The problem is, as you get older, you stop caring to read, paying attention, or giving games time. That one's huge. A lot of people have stopped giving games time. You want to plug in, do some tasks, and call it a day. The fact that you even want to rush the end game shows that you don't give a shit about the game, the creators, the story, or anything other than the meaningless grind for high value numbers. To any companies listening to this, just make a game, call it End, and give us 30 dungeons. Start everyone at max levels, and the loot only gets better, and you just keep killing the bosses over and over again. Heck, make the bosses the giant shapes and call it a day. PoE 1 had a great story, agreed. I enjoyed the lore. Frogging the whole thing, and I can tell you 99% of people who do PoE couldn't tell you anything about the story. I like reading. I'm a book devourer, but once you play through a campaign enough, it stops being interesting. It's just part of the fucking gameplay loop. Like, what is the expectation here? Like, I'm sad that you guys made like so like I'm looking at this from two perspectives. I think that like PoE's I think for PoE 2, I think something that's really important that they are, I think something really important, a best choice that they could make is to make sure that they're doing their best to flesh out the end game as much as they possibly can. Because at the end of the day, this is a live service game, and the live service part of it is the end game portion. It's the, it's the seasonal mechanics and all of that kind of story and all that kind of stuff. However, at the same time, like, that doesn't mean that just because the end game is really important in a game like this, it doesn't take away from the purpose or the impact of having a good narrative and a good story and a good campaign. Because if you have a good campaign and it's fun and engaging and the items are cool and the story's cool, well, it's going to motivate you to play that game more than you probably normally would. Like, I enjoyed the gameplay of Baldur's Gate 3. I enjoyed finding weapons and building characters, but everything in that game was motivated by the story that was pushing me forward to make me want to be more involved in it. Warframe, right? One of the biggest live service games that's out there, and that's comparable to this as well, is like the systems and things like that are fun, and the end game, there really isn't one. It's like the one you make for yourself is fun, but it was all motivated by the fact that there was a good story experience, a good campaign experience that I had that led up to that then motivated me to continue to play that in the first place. And I think it's really important to get your players invested. And plus, on top of that, the other thing is that this completely ignores, like, this is how you get new players invested into your universe. Like, you want to know why I like Path of Exile? I like Path of Exile because it's fucking metal. It's metal as fuck. It's dark. It's brooding. It's gross. I love it. I love the story. I love the characters. I love the bosses that I have to fight. The lore behind it all. That is what motivates me to want to continue to play the game. And I think in a lot of cases, you have a lot of people that are out there that just imprint their single way of thinking onto a game and how they think games should be made because they're only thinking about themselves. They don't take the time to think about what the experience is like for other players. What does everybody think about garlic bread? Like, literally, philosophically, or emotionally? I think it's a great bread. Yeah. I am annoyed when I go to a place and they include garlic bread with something that it doesn't make sense that I'm having garlic bread with. Like, I'm very much a garlic bread enjoyer if the garlic bread is being served with something that likely has, like pasta sauce, tomato sauce, something like that, right? So, like, am I having spaghetti? Garlic bites with my pizza? So buying bread with your bread, I mean, that's just kind of the American thing to do. Chicken curry? Do they give me that? No, my curry place doesn't give me that, no. But so, like, when I see something like this, it really just comes down to people that are just, like, imprinting, like, their view of, like, what a game should be like onto, like the permanent view of a game. So the fact that this game's going to have a 50-hour-long campaign once it's actually finished, I think that's a great thing. And I think that in a lot of cases, I think it's going to be something that's going to attract a lot of people. And I think that you're also ignoring this. I think you're also ignoring the larger implications of Path of Exile 2 that a lot of people don't really understand yet, and it's only going to become apparent once the game is actually released. And it's that this entry is so much more new player friendly that it's hard for me to even be able to really, like, put it into words yet, but it'll be in a video. So you're going to have a lot of people that are going to be coming to play Path of Exile 2 for the first time. One, because it's going to be a much easier new player experience, but two, because of the fact it's their opportunity to get in on a game at the ground level where they may have not gotten into it otherwise. But I'm going to tell you guys right now, as somebody that sucked at Path of Exile 1, and, you know, only ever really made it to maps like once. Path of Exile 2 is like leagues better, but for a new player. Ignore player friendly, campaign length, whatever, 12 classes LD, fully utilize all their skills. Well, yeah, and that's the other thing too, is that, like, you know, hearing how much focus has gone into the campaign is rather disappointing. Punk ass, you're getting all kinds of shit. They're releasing a beta and an early access with like 6 layers of endgame, 6 classes with 6 more to be added later. They transferred all of your microtransactions from Path of Exile 1 to Path of Exile 2. Like 50 there's more bosses than 50, but yeah. Like, it's like you got your cake and you're gonna eat it too, but you're upset that your name isn't on it. Gamers today. You want to talk about the needy gamer? This is the needy gamer right here. Most of the game journals are wrong about entitled gamers, but this is the instance where they would be right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bought the $160 PoE 2 supporter pack today. Good for you. Good for you. I know why you bought it. Would you like me to show the class why you bought it? I like Don, but that was an L take. I actually don't even know who that is. It was just a tweet that I came by. Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's just like, bro, like, I don't think you understand like what the value of a really good campaign in a game like this is. Kiwi bird? Isn't the $160 one like the Aztec midriff, like bikini, like not bikini, it's not like a bikini top, but like it's yeah. The supporter packs are crazy. Shop packs. So they have, you can buy the $30, which will get you right into the early access. You get the digital soundtrack, and the best part is, this is what I love that they do this. That Warframe does the same thing. You spend $30. Well, here's here's $30 worth of in-game currency. So, like, you're not just, like, buying early access. You're still getting the $30 in premium currency. So, like, you're still getting your, like, premium currency for the value of the money that you spend. If you want to spend $60, you get 600 points. And you get a title, a portrait frame. You get the key to the access. You get a cosmetic armor pack that I think looks sick as shit. You get the Agram back attachment, which I don't think you can see here. You get the fucking Kiwi. You get this other pet over here that's very concerning. Spend $100, you get again, you get $100 worth of premium currency. You get all of the previous rewards all of the previous things in the other packs, and you get all of these extra things as well. This like fucking lightning skin to head. This is very unsettling. The mount though, or like the hideout though, this is the one that has the like the dreadnought like the fucking desert skiff hideout. That's what they're called, right? It's a hideout. You got that one. This one looks really fucking cool. Yeah. Yeah, the hideout alone, like being able to go back to a base and your base is being like drugged through the desert is just sick as fuck. It's so cool. Giant mobile fortress for a hideout is insane. Bro, I will say this. I have never had a problem with cosmetic purchases in video games as long as like the in-game content looks cool enough as well. And I think a lot of like the in-game hideouts that you can find for free and a lot of the items and stuff like that still look really cool as shit too. But like the thing is that one of the things that I really appreciate is when developers do cosmetics, when they actually work hard and they make a cosmetic that is worth the money for you to buy. PoE and Warframe do it right. They knock it out of the park. It's wild the level of it is crazy how far they will go to be able to make sure that like what you're buying is worth your money. And like some of these cosmetics, the artwork and the styling is just crazy good. Crazy good. Mm-hmm. 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 Pretty good. Pretty good. Not gonna lie. You know what the funny thing is that when I look at some of their stuff, I do feel like they get a little I feel like they get a little carried away, okay? Like this one's cool. I don't really like this one as much. I actually really fucking like this skin. I very specifically like the dagger look too. I think the daggers look awesome. I'm not like a huge fan of this. Parts of it I really like. Other parts of it I'm not really all that interested in. This is too much for me. I am not one of these guys. I'm not here, man. Here's the thing. It's not even the money. It's not even the money. Okay? The money's not yeah, it's also too much for me to buy a cosmetic pack for $480. Mind you, you still get $480 worth of in-game currency, and you get all of the other things from every single other bundle, and a hoodie and a shirt and a art book. Like you get a lot of really cool shit from this. I also really like the fact that if you don't want the merch, that you can instead choose to take more points, more in-game currency instead. But this is too gaudy for me. Yeah, it's too much for me. It's too loud. I don't like loud skins. Like this right here, this is hot. This is subtle. I like it. It's subtle. It's clean. It's not like big, bright, flashing lights all over my character. Like I would never I wouldn't wear like this is probably even too much for me, to be honest with you, especially with like the lightning rods and stuff. This is really clean. I like this as well. This looks really good. Or kiwi. I like the kiwi on that one. This one's I actually like the kiwi on this one. I think the kiwi on this one looks really cool. That's for the big whale. Hey man, that's how this game stays up. How do you think Path of Exile 2 exists? This game doesn't exist if it wasn't for the people that were paying up. You already know that. Have you played Red Dead Redemption 2? So you know what the funny thing is that just the other day I was talking to somebody about this, and then I came to realize that I'd only ever actually played the opening. Why Kiwis? Because the developer's based in New Zealand. I had only just realized recently, like I thought I had played Red Dead Redemption 2. I'd only played the opening of Red Dead Redemption 2. I never actually like played the game. I think I must have played it at like a friend's house or something like that at one point. Let me feed the cat real quick. the real question is, did the PoE team increase the price if you're in Australia? I have no idea. PoE have a problem with cosmetic noise. Yeah. Some of their stuff is just way too fucking loud for me. Yeah, I totally agree with you when you're saying like the stupid goblins and music every time. I was hoping that specific thing did not make it over to PoE 2. If that would be great, I think. You need to pay no matter what. They talked about so much mechanics. That means dedicated items and currencies you're going to need to gather and keep. You'll need tabs. That's the thing I don't really like. You don't know in advance how much you'll need. And they'll keep adding stuff with each league. Growing the size of things you're going to have to keep in your inventory. So I've talked about this in the past. I think that it's to me, it's a no-brainer that live service games need to have some urgency created for you to spend money on the game. But it's a business at the end of the day, right? Like, we are not entitled to play games for free. So, like, I think that there should be some edge of urgency to, like, push the player into, like, you know, urge the player to spend money, but not necessarily force them to spend money. Because the thing is that I do like the fact that you have your, like, the ability, like, here's the thing, like, stash tabs are not expensive. And if you're going to play Path of Exile, are you going to play every single league? I mean, if you play every single league, you're getting a lot of fucking money out of that game. You're getting a lot of time out of that game. And if that's the case, I mean, like, throwing, you know, was like $5 for a league tab? Or is it more than that? I don't remember what league tab prices are. But if I had the choice of spend like $5 to $10 for a league tab, that's not bad. That's why I prefer the fully paid model. The problem is that for you to get the level of support that Path of Exile gets, you would never be able to get that out of a full price title. It just wouldn't happen. They would still have to do the cosmetics. They'd still have to do something. I mean, like, they'd still do cosmetics and stuff like that. But yeah. And let's be real. Like, I mean, in their case specifically, like, they're making money hand over fist because of how good their game is. Warframe does the same thing too. You don't need extra stash tabs. Just play on hard mode and keep your inventory in check. I think it kind of depends on like what you're doing in the game, right? Like if you're going to be selling and trading items and stuff like that, then for sure you're going to want to buy stash tabs because you need a tradable. I don't think you get a free tradable stash tab. I think you actually have to. Here's the thing. Even in my first video that I made on Path of Exile, I talked about how like I think they like Warframe does the same thing and I don't like it. They should include a little bit more stash space, specifically for players to be able to engage in trading and stuff like that. And to be honest with you, the thing is that the league tabs specifically are more of a convenience than they are anything else. So technically, you could pay $60, right? Or like, I mean, $60 would be a fuckload of stash space. More than you would ever need in the future of playing, like ever in the future of playing that game. But it would be up to you to keep those tabs organized during any given league. Or instead what you could do is you could, you know, spend a little extra money for a little bit of extra convenience and pick up a stash tab that's specifically built for that league to house the materials and stuff that you have. Stash in Warframe is unlimited. Well, I mean, I'm counting the same thing, right? Weapon slots. Yeah, that's weapon slots and Warframe slots is what I'm talking about. Because I mean, it's basic from my perspective, it's the same thing. It's like the power items that are specific to your character. I think the only mandatory thing is the currency tab. Maybe a premium tab for trading. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. The only thing that I do wish that they did do is I wish that they would include a premium tab for new players for trading. But I understand why they don't, and they don't do it because they don't want people botting. That's why. They haven't had a new premium league tab in years, though. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that. If you roll a new league character, you cannot use currency from past leagues on characters. I mean, yeah, if it's a new character, I don't think you can. Dude, one of the things that I absolutely fucking love about Balatro being nominated is that, like, now everybody is talking about Balatro because there's so many people that are, like, hating on Balatro or Balatro. I don't know how, whatever, you can say it however you want. Nobody actually really knows how to say it. Even the game's creator doesn't know how to say it. I think one of the best parts about it, though, is the fact that, like, now everybody's talking about it, and I keep seeing people tweeting out and being like, okay, so, you know, I've seen people that have said game looks like trash, doesn't deserve the nomination, and then like 5 minutes, and then like a day later, been like, okay, I finally tried the game. I played it for 2.5 hours. I see what's going on. Or I played it for 2 hours, but it says I've been playing it for 10. I don't know what happened. It's it's so good. Spider Solitaire crawled so that Balatro could run. So goofy. Now I'm not the only one addicted to Balatro. You never were the only one. Good game for your phone. It's a fucking terrible game to have for your phone. You're gonna probably get fired one day because of the game. I listened to Kind of Funny today, and they were hyped. They were hyped up. They hyped up the game so hard to act like Black Myth Wukong didn't deserve. See, that's the problem, though. I think, like, I see. Like, the downside is that, like, I fucking love Balatro. I love Balatro, okay? I fucking love the game. I hate the fact that I'm seeing, like, some of these journalists, like, position it in a way to try to deflect Black Myth Wukong specifically because they're motivated by their own, like, identity politics and shit like that more than anything else. It's so fucking disingenuous. It's so fucking sad. It's so sad. They use it as a smokescreen, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they basically said everyone who likes Wukong is a far-right race fuck. And the funny thing is I could hear those guys saying that kind of shit and almost went into an anti-Trump tirade. Of course they do. Of course they do. These people can't fucking get away from it. They're so wrapped up in what's between your legs and what color your skin is that they can't take 5 minutes to walk away from something for just a fucking second to think that maybe it's not that. Maybe it's just that people really fucking like the game. And maybe they actually do like that the game is flying in the face of whatever your identity politics are because they just want to hear you shut the fuck up about it for 5 seconds. Because they just want to prove to, like, really what it is that players just want the proof to be out there that, like, people just don't really give that much of a shit about a lot of this stuff and they just want to play good video games. That's all they care about. What a fun, awesome game. I love the atmosphere and sound design. Bro, I fucking here's the thing. For me specifically, when it comes to like the theme song for Balatro, like, it gives me like Risk of Rain vibes, and it's so easy to just get like fucking hypnotized by the game and just not know what happened to like time and space. I didn't think I liked Balatro. I didn't know what I was doing, but it was fun. It took me through an entire run of Balatro until it clicked. So here's the thing. That's the crazy thing, is that, like, I feel bad because, like, if I'm gonna say, if I say, like, hey, give it a try, I think that in a lot of cases, people will go to try it and they'll just fail, like, super hard very quickly because it's not inherent. You don't pick up on the game's mechanics very quickly. It takes a few times for you to go, oh, okay. And I actually think that that's part of, like, the genius of the game's design, is that at first it's you getting used to the poker hands and going, okay, you know, these are my poker hands. And then maybe you pick up on something else and go, well, I like trying to make sure that I can search for, you know, 3 of a kind or full house. So I'm going to take these planets that are going to boost my score for 3 of a kind or for full house. And then oh, well, you know, this card and this Joker really boost my score. But if, you know, and then you find like a special card, like a print card or a glass card, and then you see how glass cards work and that they're temporary. And then you find a Joker that gives you multiplier for every glass Joker that you shatter. And then you're like, oh, well, maybe I can, you know, do this. And then all of a sudden you start strategizing. And then once you actually get into once you get in the pocket and then you know how to like strategize a run and you sit down and go, I'm going to play this deck and this is the kind of build that I'm going to try to go for, which, I mean, usually gets dashed to the wind the minute you don't get the opening Jokers that you would like. It gets really fucking fun. It gets really fucking fun. Is Risk of Rain the guy who's making the new Star Wars Eclipse? No, Risk of Rain, the game. Risk of Rain 2. The roguelike. The sci-fi roguelike. Incredibly popular, sold millions and millions of copies. Yeah. Yeah, after that point, you're like, I see how it is. Game on. Yeah. You get locked in, man. You get locked in. And then that's when you start like specializing in decks and you're like trying to like clear like all the difficulties on a single deck and then move on to the next one. I think that in a lot of cases, I think for me, what it was is that like what made the game click was once I started unlocking some of the easier decks. I think like, I think the best one for new players from my perspective is the one that I had the easiest time with Balatro. I think it was the Abandoned deck. That's the one that it doesn't have any face cards. It's just number cards. I think that's what it's called. So it's just 1 through 10 and there's no like Jack, King, Queen, Ace. Or no, Ace is still in there. Because then you take a deck like that and say, well, I'm going to do a fucking Aces build. Because it's super easy to get like pairs and 3 of a kind and even 4 of a kind later. So it's like, you start trimming that deck. It's easier to trim. It's faster to trim. And then Fibonacci. Yeah, Fibonacci's like works really, really well with the Abandoned deck. And then you start like cutting your deck and tailoring it to meet exactly what you're trying to do. And you start cruising, man. You start fucking cruising. The reason why I like the Abandoned deck specifically is because it has, I forgot what it's called. There's a Joker that does double triggers on, I think it's all cards under, it's like all cards that are like 2, 3, 4, and 5. I think that's what it is. 2, 3, 4, and 5s will trigger more than once. So you get like that with like a Sock and Buskin. Is it Sock? Does Sock and Buskin only face? I think Sock and Buskin only might be faces. Hack. That's what it's called. Yeah, Hack. So you get like that with like a Hanging Chad and a couple of, and then all of a sudden you're like, woo, woo, woo. You start duping 5s and upgrading 4s into 5s and 3s into 5, and all of a sudden you're just cruising, baby. Cruising. Any guesses, speculation on what the Stalker 2 roadmap? I have no idea. I don't know how big or how wide they're going to go with it. Personally, when it comes to a game like Stalker, seeing how big the map is, I'm actually kind of hoping for like verticality if they're going to add content. Like more complex systems and stuff like that, as well as like actual verticality would be kind of cool. Hack plus Fib. Yeah, you can pop off real quick. I'm always trying to build for infinity though. I love all the Joker art and names too. Yeah, especially I think it's really fucking cool that the developer is the one that made all of that art and all those names and all those things. Like he came up with all that shit himself. It's so cool. Loots, you just missed like probably a good like half-hour long discussion on Path of Exile 2. Bro, my name is Legendary Drops. Come on. Leggy for short. I mean, most people call me LD. I thought it was mostly Warframe. Sue me. Mostly Warframe. One. One video in 3 months. Well, I stream Warframe frequently. That's probably why. Sir, this is a cat's channel. Yeah, true. Leg drops in your Discord name makes me think of squatting at the gym. Okay, there was something I was gonna read in here. Tickle, I don't know if you're here anymore. I think this is the one that you were trying to send me before. This is the one that I was looking at. Steam Tighten up rules for games with Season Pass DLC. You have to commit to completing that content on time. There's gonna be some people that are not gonna like that. There's some people that are not gonna like that. Will Path of Exile 2 end up replacing Warframe for you? I mean, like, no game really, I mean, Path of Exile is like a seasonal game, and in a lot of cases, also Warframe is kind of a seasonal game too. So nothing really like replaces anything. It's not like I'll never go back to playing it. Like, keep in mind, 1999 is like right around the fucking corner too. Like, Path of Exile and 1999 release around the same time. Now, mind you, I'll probably go harder into Path of Exile 2 because it's, you know, it's newer, right? It's a whole game. So I'll probably like push further into that, but I'm still going to go do like 1999. We'll do a 1999 stream and do some of the content and all that good stuff. And, you know, yeah. You have to deliver the product that is sold to people. Shock and horror. Oh, believe me, I'm sure there's going to be many in dismay. Valve developers have unveiled a new policy about Steam, about season passes on Steam, which aims to ensure that developers release all individual DLC involved on time and share adequate details about each DLC pack in advance. It specifies that developers can delay the release of a season pass DLC just once and by no longer than 3 months. Holy shit. In the event of a developer postponing a DLC longer than 3 months, Valve may take corrective measures as removing the season pass from sale or refunding players. Another customer W. Like, the dude gets it. People wonder why Steam is the most successful video game platform in the entire world. It's specifically because of the fact that this dude knows and understands that the customer, like, you have to make an ecosystem for the customers. Like, they are like, this is how you keep them. This is how you make them happy, and when they're happy, they spend money. I never feel guilty about buying anything on Steam, even games that I never even get around to playing sometimes. By offering a season pass, you are promising future content, reads the Steam Workshop post question, which circulated on Blue Sky, aka Twitter, via Jesus Christ, you fucking goddamn rock paper shotgun, of course. In the process of like, what is up with like I just want to know, like, what's up with every fucking video game writer always trying to take stabs at fucking Twitter and Elon Musk? What can Gabe bench the entire video game industry? I don't know, but it's really amusing. Dude, it's like every fucking article that I read. Literally, the article that I brought up last, just a couple days ago was, like an article talking about, I think it was like Black Myth Wukong or the Game Awards or something like that. And basically, like, what they brought up was that, like something like, on X/Twitter, the Elon Musk is, or anything as long as it aligns with Elon Musk political views app. It's just like, bro, like, it's so crazy, like, how fucking indoctrinated you people are. Holy. In the process of launching a season pass, you'll be asked to commit to a launch timing for each content release of a season pass, it reads. That launch timing is a commitment to both customers and Steam. True. If you aren't ready to clearly communicate about the content included in the DLC and when the DLC is ready to be launched, you shouldn't offer a season pass on Steam. If you aren't ready to talk about it and you're not ready to launch it, it probably shouldn't be on Steam. Selling a season pass has many risks. Since you are promising the release of future content, you have to commit to completing the content on time. If customers don't like the content you're releasing on the season pass or the timing of that content's release, that will be reflected in sales and reviews. The post concludes with a set of required features for any season pass on Steam. Come feast your eyes upon these hot, juicy bullet points. A complete list of DLC included in the past, i.e., each section of 4 DLCs in an included pass. This one's probably the most important one because, like, just using this as an example, like I bought the season pass for Stalker. Most of the stuff's all tax write-offs for me now, so that's perfect, right? So that's whatever. But the problem is, in a lot of cases, you'll see these companies say, "Okay, we're putting out a season pass." And it's like, well, how many updates? How many DLCs are you gonna do? They don't tell you. It's just season pass. How many? Like, the funny thing is, I remember, like, I think what was it? Borderlands is really good about it. Borderlands has probably always been one of the best about it, actually. Like, when they say we're going to do a season pass, they'll actually say there's like 3 season passes that are like 3 updates that are going to be coming to the game. 3 DLCs. How many games still do season passes nowadays? Plenty. There's still a lot to do. Paradox is pretty transparent about the season pass system. That's good. Yeah. Borderlands is the OG source of season passes concept, if I recall. Yeah, I think they might be, actually. Maybe. I'd have to look into that. A basic description of the content, which includes in each DLC. For example, the first DLC content might be the Glitterlands expansion. New area to explore, 2 new weapons, and new enemies. It's not required for the DLC to have a final name for the launch of the season pass. That's smart. That's just making sure that, that's just making sure that the players know, like, what's going to be available. not telling them what it actually is, right? Like, you don't want to like spoil what the content is. And I think that's really important. So that's cool that they're making sure to make that distinction. Like, you don't want to tell them, you know, let's take a while to get, like, you know, Borderlands 4 comes out, right? And then they're like, oh, you're gonna do a season pass, and like the first DLC, they don't have to name it exactly because they wouldn't want to make it like Handsome Jack is back. Like, well, fuck. Like, way to ruin it, right? And then expected release date for each DLC, quarter of the year, i.e. January to March 2025, or season year is acceptable. Of course, that date is more precise is fine. If you want to say June 2025 or June 1st, 2025, cool. So they can basically say it as long as it's within the window, or they can be exact. Okay, I like that. Valve add that season pass should include at least one release DLC when it goes on sale, with the obvious exception of a season pass is sold as a separate pre-order. With obvious exception of season passes sold as part of a pre-order. Why would that be obvious, though? I don't see why that's obvious. I think that's a shit take by Rock Paper Shotgun. Because they're like, so basically, if there is a separate season pass available, then it has to have the dates and a realistic timeline. But if it's part of a pre-order, so like included with your like, you know, purchase of the game, then all of a sudden it's not a requirement. Why would that be obvious? Because, like, from my perspective, like, I would like to know as a consumer, if I'm sitting down to buy a game and I'm not pre-ordering it because I don't pre-order games to begin with. I still wait for the release date. Even if I see the game is in a rough state, sometimes I'll even buy it anyway, but it just depends, right? But with that said, if a game is going to be coming out, so let's say I'm going to continue to use Borderlands 4 because it's obvious, like, the best example to use. Let's say like Borderlands 4, you know, pre-orders and pre-release comes up or whatever. The game releases, and if I buy the bundle with it and the season pass, like, I still think they should give me some type of realistic timeline on when I'm going to expect that seasonal content, or that expansion content or DLC, because that would help sell me on whether I want to buy the base version of the game or the game with the season pass. I think Space Marine 2 Season Pass should be done better. As far as I know, they haven't actually given any release date on the Season Pass items. Or what it'll be in the dark, past Dark Angels and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Has there been a game with a Season Pass pre-order that didn't also have the Season Pass available for separate purchase? No, like, there's both. There's always both. Both are always available, typically. As for the delays on any DLC released is sold as part of a season pass, Valve will allow developers to self-reschedule the release date one time only. And you want to know why that is, right? That's called accountability, my friends. That's called accountability. The reason why they're stating it like this: as for delays, any DLC released is sold as part of a season pass. Valve will allow the developers to self-reschedule the release date only one time. The reason why is because, and it says by up to 3 months later, you can than originally selected. Oh, buy up to 3 months later than you originally selected. If a DLC pack needs a longer extension, the creators will need to contact Valve directly to haggle it out. So you got to call up Gabe and be like, "Hey, you know, he's like sitting in his fucking chair, chilling, smoking a fucking cigar, doing his thing." And then he just looks over and just like, "Oh, what's this? Oh, you want to delay? Why couldn't you meet the date?" Why couldn't you meet the date? Didn't even realize it was on Steam. Oh, didn't you realize you were on stream? You thought it was a VOD? Oh. Gabe, judge, jury, and executioner. I love it, dude. I love it. Yeah, why couldn't you meet the date you set yourself? Shaking in their boots. Gabe's like, you know, I don't know, man. You don't give me a good enough reason. I'm just going to start refunding. I'm just going to start refunding. In the event of a DLC cancellation, Valve mandate that customers will be offered a refund for the value of the unreleased DLC. The company may take action on any DLCs delays longer than 3 months, even if there hasn't been a customer complaint. That's fucking based. You shouldn't need the customers to, like, in some cases you have to just give them their money back even if they're not asking for it. Actions include removing Season Pass from sale on Steam, refunding all customers who purchased the pass for the value of the unreleased DLC, or allowing customers the option of refunding the entire Season Pass. The post goes on, for the purposes of refunds, the value of the unreleased DLC will be decided in the discussion with Valve. Damn, that's awesome, dude. That is so good. This is what you want, man. This is what you want. Like, this is like, ultimately, this is like the best thing for players. I just love to see that there's at least one platform out there that genuinely has like a customer first mentality and tries to do their best on our side. Because there's so many that are out there right now that don't. They just don't. You know, you have Xbox that's more focused on being a rental platform than anything else. You have PlayStation, who is trying to force you to sign up for one of their accounts if you want to play their games. You have Nintendo that doesn't want any of their games to ever exist outside of their own ecosystem. And if you get caught using their games like anybody trying to preserve games or anything like that, they'll take you to court. It's when Gabe dies, there'll be a gaming Armageddon. I don't necessarily think that, to be honest, because the thing is that like Gabe kind of takes me as a person who will likely like hand the reins off to somebody else that will likely think the exact same thing, like work the same way. I don't think he's gonna be like, you know, like when Gabe goes or when Gabe steps away from Steam, I don't see him being like, oh, we're just gonna sell it off to somebody or let some, like, you know, corporate shill take over the company. Do you know how refund fees are charged on Steam? I mean, the game company provides their gateway keys, and Valve uses theirs and then charges the client. I don't know. I would imagine that the developer likely incurs some cost of some sort, right? GOG is fighting the good fight. Yeah, they are. GOG is also really good too. I forget about them sometimes, but you're absolutely right. Epic Store tries to compete, but never offers a better product. Yeah, they just want the customers. They don't actually care about creating a solid ecosystem for you to want to purchase things in. Like, that's the... Yeah. Let's be real. Epic Store is nothing but a place that you go to pick up free games. Like, that's them trying to, like, entice you to, like, use their platform to make purchases. But that's not gonna happen. Like, doing it that way is just not gonna work. I'm sorry. Like, it is bringing people to the platform, but I would guess to say that most people probably are just picking up the free games on Epic Game Store and then leaving it behind. Me? I ignore the free games. I don't even give a shit. I let them go by the wayside because I just don't feel like using. I don't feel like using their having another launcher or having another store on my computer. I have the very occasional game that I play through Epic, like Alan Wake 2. Yeah, I can see that. But that's because that was an exclusive. If that game was available on Steam, you likely would have played it on Steam instead if you had the choice. I mean, most people would at the very least. Isn't Epic DRM free? No, Epic is definitely not DRM free. No. No. No community reviews either. Yeah, so you can't even see like whether or not people even like the game. Yeah, and imagine that as well. You only see Metacritic and OpenCritic on Epic. That's rough, dude. So Epic Game Store is like, use the journos. Use the journos, guys. Journos is where it's at. Man. Collusion, it might be a little bit of collusion, maybe. Yeah. Collusion in the video game industry? No. Nah, dude. You're out of your mind. There's no way. Stalker 2 should have been delayed. I haven't had any problems with it, Fonz. So because I haven't had any problems with it, I think the game's fine. And I don't care what anybody else thinks. It's not that it should have been delayed. The thing is that I would almost guarantee, Fonz, that it's probably added pressure from Xbox that forced the game out. And the funny I would almost guarantee even if they delayed the game, it'd probably release in the same state anyway. Like, let's be fucking real. I have $1 billion of free Epic games. I can't be bothered to play any of them. Yeah. Yeah, they delayed it many times. Yeah, the game was... Hans, remember this game was supposed to be released in 2016. Or no, 2012. Yeah, first one was the same. I think that in general I think that in general most of the issues are probably still going to be there regardless, and it's just something that would have had to got fixed, or like if they fixed most of it, maybe it seems like they want to. Seems like they want to. I can see people getting mad at Stalker 2 devs for being Russian. And the devs were like, you can be Russian and dislike the war too. Stalker devs are Ukrainian. Not Russian. So they definitely don't like the war. They definitely don't like the war. It gives away free games. The funny thing is, I don't care. I just like Steam. I just like Steam's platform now. Steve, you're one of us, bud. One of us. Once you're in, you're in. Did you get to watch that section where I went over what Steam was doing just a couple minutes ago, Fonz, or did you just show up? You missed the whole Steam thing? I'm sorry. I'm not going to go back and do it again. So you only got it once. You guys are never going to hear that news again. I just showed up. So I'll because my friend Fonz is here, I'll tell him. So Steam, Fonz, is making it where they are forcing developers that are going to have season passes to actually show a realistic timeline of when those season pass items are going to be released. And if they do not meet their deadline within 3 months, they only get to extend 3 months. If they do not meet the deadline, they'll refund the money to the customers. Basically a no bullshit approach to DLC. Like, you can't meet your deadline? Sorry, that's on you. Yeah, like, Xbox would never. PlayStation would never. Yeah. Would never. I think I'm like...
Drink. Here's what I got. If you need anything, stop by.
Let me do a couple things real quick. Close that down. The rest of this is good. Chill. What do I need to do? What am I doing? You guys remember? Oh, okay. We got like some side quests and shit that we're picking off real quick, right? Lost Boys, get to the location of Mastiff's group's last run. Go do that one. Oh, correct. Seriously, how is Stalker 2? How is Stalker 2? It's fun. I never played the original. Fonz, if I were you, I would go play it. Like, if you're having problems running it or whatever, I would go play the original first before you play this. So then you get a better understanding of, like, what this is. Plus, on top of that, like, you would like it because you're a big, like, open world games kind of guy to begin with. So, oh, fuck. I need to go get my healing items. I didn't bring any with me. You're a big open world gamer anyway, so you'd already like it. Wasn't there a whole drama and debate out how some player on how bad Steam was? I've played on Steam forever and never understood some of the hate. Well, I mean, the thing is that, like, I think in a lot of cases you're still gonna have people that are gonna be like upset about the town definitely chugs. That's fucking sure. I think that you're gonna have people that are, you know, there are some things that Steam does that are not necessarily good for people, not good for the players, but you're gonna have that regardless with some companies. You guys might end up hearing my cat like yowling because he got outside the other day and now he thinks he belongs out there. Towns murder FPS. Yeah, it's pretty fucking bad. Shadow of Chernobyl is still playable. Fuck yeah. Oh no 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 no! I'm dead. I was reading chat. I thought I got past that one. I did not. Call of Pripyat was great. Yeah, I've heard a lot of really good things about Call of Pripyat as well. Cat. No. Don't belong outside. No, you belong in here. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. This is where you belong. You're too dumb to be outside. You would die. Oh fuck, I gotta remember to do that. Somebody said there's a streamer mode, right? Is it under sound? My my last stream got like demonetized because of the fact I had like the music from the radio would play. Will I walk into the same anomaly? No, motherfucker. Right there. Shut up. Oh, if I want to hang out by the fire. Almost? Shut up. Gotta stop reading chat as much. That's not very interactive, though. Is there any... Oh, it's the puddles that I'm reacting to. I like how there's just, like, bits of, like... What you looking at, man? What's good?
Hey, man.
Hey, man. What's new?
Freedom's sold out, man. Hoard themselves out for a bunch of shiny trinkets. Our Stalker freedoms are a thing of the past. If we ever even had them to begin with.
Okay.
See you.
Sounds good. That was a little, I didn't realize he was gonna go on a fucking tirade there. I feel like anomalies are like even more dangerous and also like a lot more common now. I don't know if you guys have noticed that, but it definitely feels that way. I like how like even like just the noises of like random animals and stuff is like enough to, like make you want to like look around for a second. Nah, dude. This seems like a terrible idea. I'm gonna save because it was a long way getting out here. Ow. Leg. poop hole? You never know. You never know what's down in the poop hole. You always got to check. Try to heal with food before I move around. We have bandages, one med pack, quick access. Awesome. I forgot I could do it like that. Oh, okay, so it works like Fallout where you just like smash food and you're good. Oh, fuck! Oh, God. Oh my God, there's so many. Oh, God, there's so many. Is there any loot? Oh, there's two dead guys. Fuck. Fuck. Do I just throw a grenade at them? Is that the way to get rid of them? Damn, it's fucking not cool. It's like the worst nightmare. That would have been even worse. Shut the fuck up. There's more. Alright, well, I leave that place alone for now. That was terrifying. Ooh, we got some lootable shit here. I'll be able to find some med kits. Oh, I see it right there. See if we can find our way in. There's some growling. There's dogs around here somewhere. Uh-oh. Shit, let's grab this single slug. That whimper at the end is not necessary. I just want to let you guys know that. We got here ammo. Awesome. Vodka. I believe that is a bandit. No? No, it's friendly. Okay, we're good. I can't go into that one? Oh, okay. Go in here though. Okay, anything cool? Where's the loot? That is unfortunate. No loot. Pretend like we didn't see the rest of that either. Oh, I see it. Oh, here we go. I don't really need energy drinks, man. I'm looking for medical supplies. I realize that might be a little bit hard to find out here, but maybe we'll get lucky and come by something. Okay. The shitter is not an anomaly. I just wanted to make sure. Where's I have to be able to get into this place. Did I like walk right past the door or what? Oh, I can't get into this place. Okay. That must have been the guy. I just like walked past him. I don't know. I thought this was the place. I guess it's not. Has LD broken boxes with the knife of the stalker? Yeah. This game became my game of the year this morning when I got into a gunfight and a storm rolled in and the lightning struck and killed the sniper in the tower. Gotta love when the game works for you, right? Okay. You've committed. Notes about the... Notes about the zone. You were right. Fuck the zone. I was first here. And now I'm the only one standing. I drank to your memory. Here comes the emission. Damn it all. My loot, my PDA, everything.
Come in HQ, this is North. We spotted a mercenary near the checkpoint whose description matches the APB on that sheet. He's heading east, towards the abandoned construction site. I'm keeping an eye on him, awaiting orders.
Okay, I've already heard these. Oh. Okay. His loot. Where's his loot at? Well, his loot has to be on my map now, yeah. Unpretentious stash. That must be it over there, maybe. Why can't we have dogs like in Soulframe? I don't know. Has anyone heard of this Dragon Age the Veilguard? No, not here. Block. 1 second. Get into it. Okay. It's very unpretentious, yeah. So I know I saw some shit I didn't like. What the fuck? That shit comes back real quick, huh? Uh. What the fuck? It must be like if I want to like drop down. Bro, I don't think we're gonna find any survivors. I'm just gonna be fucking real with you. I don't think that's happening, guys. I need help. We ran into a monolithian. Everybody is dead. What the fuck? What happened? The bastard grabbed Mastiff to make a zombie out of him. I need backup, please. I owe you big time. Why aren't you saying anything? This is urgent. Remember the place that Gaffer mentioned. I think that's where he went. Hold tight. I'm on my way. That fucker's gonna pay for everything. Those little legs. So they were all dead. Oh, okay. I always like it when like side missions and side quests end up having like their own have like their own like branching story and stuff like that. I always love that kind of stuff. So LD, I think you better everyone is dead. Oh, better hope everybody is dead rather than alive? Yeah, maybe. I'm gonna grab this guy's stash though. It's like right over here. What? Oh! I want to die. Fuck. God damn it. Fuck off. Let me reload. Little dickhead. God damn. Almost got me. Hi from YouTube. Hi from me. Map is almost as big as Red Dead Redemption 2. Oh, right. There it is. There we go. Med kits. Ammo. Anything else over here? Doesn't look like it. I have to drink some vodka. Anything else over here? No. Didn't this say, oh, reduces hunger? That's what it does. Okay. I mean, it's gonna take me way out. Fuck it, whatever. We're already on the mission. Hopefully we'll come across some more loot while we're on the way over here. I might as well just heal up. Ah, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh well, too late. This is where I dropped in. I probably should like move on. I probably should use like the shotgun or something like that to finish these fights off a little faster and save myself the headache. The problem is that the problem is that like if I don't really want to waste the ammo, but I also don't want to fucking die to dogs. I don't have a lot of medication. I'm gonna have to actually buy meds and stuff like that when I get back to town. I love walking around in this world. Is the encumbrance as much as skill up set? Well, I mean, I don't think skill up viewed this as a survival game. I think that's why. I think the problem is that like for him specifically, like he wasn't viewing like I don't know if you ever played the first Stalker game or not, but I don't think the encumbrance is like that bad. Like fuck, like look at my backpack. Like I still have look how many guns I'm holding right now, and this one I don't even need. It's broken. I hear it. Get fucked. Yeah? Oh, there's more than one. More than two. Missed. These motherfuckers taking cover. Oh, shit. I was being tactical and I dropped on some loot. Where are you? They're behind the house? Motherfucker. Where'd you even come from? Woo! Woo! Golly. That was close. That was closer than I would have liked. It's locked. There has to be a key around here. Corner camped? I mean, I had to do what the dog corner camped me. What are you talking about? That's not good. Oh, I could have. Oh, this gets me into the house. Oh, okay.
May your light shine down on the souls of the brave soldiers who gave their lives in service to your will. Reveal the cunning plans of your enemies to us. Give us the power to avenge our fallen brethren. Those who are in eternal union with the monolith can never be stopped.
The attic. The attic! There!
Anomaly detected. Check the attic.
I heard you coming. You may approach.
I was gonna do it anyway. Or I take your canned food. And also whatever's in this bag.
You're not here. Come closer.
Oh, was that your stuff? How did you feel about watching me do that?
Are you looking for your friend, Loner?
What happened to Mastiff?
What did you do to Mastiff?
He was wounded. Badly. He didn't stand a chance without my help. I took him here and treated his wounds. Don't worry. Your friend will live. I knew this would happen.
Look for the entrance. We gotta smoke the bastard out.
You should leave, Stalker. I do not want to harm anyone, but these people are out for my blood.
Oh man, I don't know. I want to
How
help.
can I help you?
You could try talking them out of it. I rescued your friend. This is the truth. But is the truth really what they want?
Dude, you creep me out. I'm gonna be real.
Hula, what are you doing here? There's monolithing in the building. He killed Mastiff's man and brought him here, and now he's hiding like a rat. We gotta put the fucker down. You can either get out of here or get in line. We're about to light this place up.
I'm here for
I
Mastiff.
came here to find Mastiff.
Saturday asked you to come, huh? Good. He called me too. Told me everything. He says that Monolith's prick's about to turn Mastiff into a zombie. Well, that ain't gonna happen.
Saturday is wrong. The Monolithian didn't kill anyone. He rescued Mastiff.
What are you talking about, man? He's probably turning Mastiff into a zombie right now. Are you just stalling for time? You must be in cahoots with the Monolithian. Die, scumbag!
I don't like it.
That guy is down!
There's one more. Where they at? I probably should have said that the house was empty. I don't know. Misery of the Druids? Yeah, that escalated real quick. Oh, tell him it's empty and they'll want to check it.
I need a little time to get him back on his feet. A day of rest and proper care should suffice.
Okay.
I'm sorry it has come to this, but there was no other option. Here, take this. I hope it can help you in some way, much like you have helped me. I will not be staying here for long. If you have any questions, ask them now.
Where are you going now?
Interested.
I'm going to my brothers on Wild Island. There is no place left for us anywhere else in the zone.
What is a monolithian?
The loners say a lot of things about you. Who are you, really?
I am the ninth. I used to be a monolith soldier, but I've forgotten nearly everything. All that is left of my past is blurry visions, and the hatred of those who remember.
All that is left, blurry vision and hatred.
You keep mentioning the monolith. What is it?
To Stalkers, the monolith was the granter of wishes. To me and my brothers, it was God. But I hear its voice no longer.
It's time we went our separate ways.
You're an unusual man. I will remember you.
I don't really want to say anything for spoilers. Like, part of me wants to like say something, like talk about that, but I don't really want to like say anything about it because I realize that there's people that probably haven't played the original Stalker. Where like Stalker 2 is like their first, right? What is this? Oh, 9 by 19. I should probably grab this loot. I'm already here. How's the game? It's really good. You kind of have to like take it as you go. Wait a minute.
Hey, man. Well, here.
He's got 700 on it. Oh, he won't take. I hate that stalkers in the field won't take guns.
So long.
Does it run better than the Stalkers games before it? I mean, like that's kind of a
Talk to our boss.
That's kind of a I mean, it runs about the same. Why wouldn't they want the nearly broken guns you looted? Yes. I love that, like, sometimes you can't tell if it's the wind or the growl of a monster. And the game, like, makes you pause for a second and be like, okay, so, like, what the fuck is that? I have to get up there? How the fuck do I get up there? Yeah, it has to be how I do it. I can't shoot it down. Right? No. I must have to, like, walk up there. Oh, almost had it. Oh, fucked it up. Throw bolt? Yeah, I guess I could probably throw. Fucking boar. Wild boar are like crazy fucking dangerous. Not just in video games, just like in general. Shit. Holy shit! Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm really dead. I'm so dead. Yep, running into walls now. I'm in the window. Oh, thank you. Oh my god, there's so many boar. I'm so happy I'm fucking bugging them out on this wall, otherwise I would be fucked. I'd be so screwed if it wasn't for the fact that they're bugged out. This is the zone working for you and not against you. Oh my god. How do you guys deal so much damage? one more. I love that, like, nothing's worth the loot. Like, most times, like, nothing's actually worth the loot. Like, oh, hey, here you got, like, a bandage, a fucking... You got a bandage, a med kit, and a, like, piece of bread. Now we're gonna send we're gonna send an entire fucking group of irradiated boars at you. Hope you like the loot you got. Motherfuckers. They'd be good eating right there. Jackpot. You make out with a fur, yeah. Well, how the fuck do you get that? How the fuck do you get up there? In the mid, you can hunt and skin and cut parts off of mutants and animals. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I think this is the way. Should I play Stalker 1 with Anomaly? I think like even playing that would probably set your expectations above what this game is gonna give you. Like, this is really good. I'm not gonna say, but like keep in mind that like Stalker Anomaly has been a game that's been like modded over the course of like 10 years plus, right? Go outside, jump on the rail. Okay. Oh yeah, you got a good point. Good shit. Good looking out. Taz, ammo for the Taz. And I can throw shit into my fucking stash. Bro. Say less. Wait, no, I need the 9x9. Wait, this isn't my stash, this is loot. I'm a dumbass. For a second there, I thought it was my stash. That's just loot. Oh, good shit. There's still another one and a pack of dogs that they're sending on me. Oh, this game is not forgiving. Where are the dogs? Dogs versus boar, nature solving your problems. Except for I think the boar just annihilated the dogs. Did you hear about Sony buying Katakawa? Yeah. Yeah, we talked a little bit about it yesterday. I'm gonna have to like look into it this weekend a little bit more and see what we're looking at with that. That's a whole fucking situation. Like the problem, like it's such a fucked up situation because it's like, you know, I don't know, like I have to look into cacao because like cacao is obviously the motivating factor to this takeover, or to them trying to sell the oh god, it was above me. I was like, what the fuck? Like cacao is definitely a big part of that entire like takeover situation. I don't think it's just Sony like, you know, greedily trying to take a company. I think it's like a little bit more complicated than that, though it's definitely within Sony's best interest to try to take Katakawa, not only for Elden Ring and, you know, FromSoft, and but also like because it continues to bolster their anime business and puts them into the realm of being a monopoly, which I mean, like any company, like the funny thing is that like that's kind of like the end goal of success, right? It's being the best and owning everything, even though like definitely not something that we want, nor do like governments want either. So I think there's going to be like, there'll be legislative pushback from other markets. I think in a lot of cases people will look at it and be like, oh, it's, you know, it's an Eastern market thing, you know, it's going to happen regardless. But like Sony has to get that passed through the FCC, and they have to get it passed through like the European Union, as well as like a couple of other, there's like a couple other places. They got like a lot of countries have to okay a purchase like that. And I don't know if that is going to end up happening, really. What's up, Dan? I like the game a lot. I like the game a lot. Like, I'm actually really excited for this weekend when I don't have to play games in front of you guys and I can play it on my own. Because it's going to be fucking sick. You know there's got to be some shit here, right? Yep. No! I'm dead. I gotta stop panic running. How did that hit me? It's got to be like right here. Oh, it can move? I didn't know it could move. Well, shit. I should have saved when oh, I did. Oh, it auto saved. With me in the center of it. I can't see, I don't know what I got hit by. Okay. Don't I have to like wait? Don't I have to wait while it's blinking? Because it's obviously in the middle, but like it's just not showing up. Wait till it's fully charged and it'll appear. Well, yeah, I know. Like, so I have to wait for it to like it has to stay blinking, right? Oh. Got it. Oh, nope, dead. Fuck. Almost. What's your opinion on the game so far? I love the game. Bro, I didn't even do anything. I gotta back up. I'm too close. It's like spawning me and I'm too close, I think. What if I don't even move? Will I just die if I don't move? Elite plays. What's in this place? Smells like loot. Get out of here, Stalker. Get out of here, Stalker. Where's the lock? Must be a part of like something else later, maybe. Alright, what's that one do? It better be fucking good, man. Physical protection, endurance. Yeah, it's not bad. Oh. It's not amazing, but it's not terrible. It's something. It's better than nothing. I don't know why you keep moving backwards when you move past the anomaly. Because I don't know where it is, okay? Yeah, so I take more radiation damage, yeah. Well, I mean, that's going to be pretty, like, common when it comes to some of these relics. There goes the frame rate tanking into the fucking ground the minute you get to the end, surrounded by NPCs. It has to do with, like, the thing is that it's very similar in a way, like these like AI heavy like NPCs living. Like, the funny thing is, I thought about this the other day. You know, in a lot of ways, this game is very similar to Dragon's Dogma 2. Some spots can drop multiple artifacts later on, and the next one is better. Nice. I recommend taking the artifact off when in safe zones. It gives you constant radiation when equipped.
Got any work for me?
I guess it does.
Sure do. I was start.
Shoot some flesh. Get an artifact.
You know, artifacts fade quickly outside of the zone. So they're perishable goods. Always in high demand. Nab one for me, I like to split, and I'll give you a decent amount of coupons. Just don't screw it up.
Okay. I'll do it.
Bring me back some news. Need a drink? Here's what I got.
How fast do weapons degrade? Because I'm wondering if I should like keep a Taz in my like I have basically a brand new Taz. I'm like wondering if I should leave this in my inventory. I probably will. I'll just throw it in my storage. What else here? Probably looking.
If you need anything, stop by.
Thanks for trying.
Okay. I'll throw that in here. What are we using? 9x9? 9x19s? Yeah. 9 by 8. That's these, so they're fine. ACPs. Five. Those all can go. Keep the slugs. We should be all right. Do I have like too much medical supplies or anything like that? We have plenty of, we have vodka. I'll throw those in. And these, and throw some energy drinks in there, some bandages. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea. We got a lot of bandages. Outside of that, I think the rest of this is fine. Do you need 9 bottles? Oh, that's water. There you go. Good point. Okay.
But there's a lot of loot down there too.
Got myself ice cold lukewarm beer. Eat myself a piece of bread. That quest to turn in. Oh no, these are just quests in general. I thought we had a quest to turn in here. I guess we don't. Collar. Eliminate the blind dogs. Okay.
Light on face. Let me cheer you guys up.
You take radiation like relatively slow, but I see what you're saying. Do they have artifacts that you don't take radiation from? Bulba. Find the collar on a mutant near Bulba. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, holy shit. Okay, fuck. I'm dead. I didn't know that would pull me in from all the way over here. That sucks. What's good? What's good with you? I think in the previous Stalker games, there were artifacts that would reduce your radiation in exchange. In exchange for making you weaker. So you'd combine equipping artifacts that would buff you with ones that, oh, okay, I see what you're saying. You just balance your radiation with ones that would remove radiation. Makes sense, makes sense. Twitch or YouTube is better for the streamer? What do you mean? Better in what way? I didn't mean to do that. Uh-oh. 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 That's not it. Oh, I see. Okay, I understand how this works. Okay. I gotta be out this far, right? Okay. And now I'm just like looking for wherever the zombie is. I have to like, it's gonna breathe in. I run in and look. And then it grabs me anyway. And I'm gonna die right now. There it is. We found it. We found it. No! No! Run!
About goddamn time. Shit just got real. I could use some help here. I found that cord that was making noise out of nowhere.
No!
It's no dog. That professor fucked me, man.
Where's all my fucking medkits?
Shit, another one.
How'd you live? I had buckshot, that's why. That one's glowing. It's buzzing. Take the electronic amps. Okay. Oh, that had to suck. I'm gonna be real. That really had to suck. That had to been like the worst way to fucking go. How much of an improvement would you say this is over the original Stalker games? I mean, it's like visually, it's a pretty fucking massive one, right? Because you're talking about, I mean, you're talking about, you know, when did Call of Pripyat come out? Oh, wasn't this the guy that I was helping? And then he got killed by the dogs. Pay our respects. "15 years? Good lord." Yeah, there's been a lot of technological advancements ever since the original Stalker. Or like, not original, but Call of Pripyat. 2007 was Shadow of Chernobyl, right? Aren't you supposed to be rescuing someone? Yeah, it was him. But he got killed by the dogs before I could save him. Hi Gundus. Thank you for the prime, man. Appreciate that. I mean, there was nothing I could do about it. Bro, he outshot me last time. Like, we were shooting the dog. It's not my fault that he fucking... Not my fault that he sold out. You fucking serious? One of them has a real weird... I hear you. What are you gonna do? I'm Chihaya from 13 from YouTube figured out some Prime sub for you. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. That's a weird looking dog. That's what I was thinking. I heard barks, and then I thought I heard like even like weirder barks. I was like, well, that's kind of odd. Oh, there's shit going on down there. I don't know. I don't really have the meds to be fucking around with that. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna play responsibly now. I think I looted mostly everything else out here. Like this last house here. Bottle of beer. Oh, this might be the other way in, which makes me feel a little bit more daring. Dropping into that one like chasm just did not feel like the way. This definitely feels like the way. Oh, that's definitely not good. Hey, buddy. You okay? Doesn't look like it. Oh, were you the one asking like which one's better, YouTube or Twitch for the streamer? Like, I mean, it for me, I've said the same thing always. Like, watch wherever you're the most comfortable. I personally prefer Twitch. Not necessarily as a platform, but just like for like its conveniences for being a stream. Ew. Take the ammo? Yeah. No. I've done too much to die right here. Actually surprised. I thought there would be something in there. Okay, I think we're good. Oh, help, Nightingale. Time to eat some of that stale bread. You missed a good relic at the sucking bubble. I mean, it's right here. The sucking bubble. I mean, that's definitely one way to say it. I'm not getting any boots. I don't really have the meds. Be fucking with this. It's below it, like a ball. Oh. Oh, it's below the bubble. Oh, so you have to like basically get sucked in. So how the fuck do you get out? Man, you really had to spam some fucking meds for that, huh? No, hiding behind... I hid behind that rock and it didn't do anything. It just kept doing damage to me. Oh, you can actually hide the yellow lights or the yellow paint. That's cool. There are a lot of fucking anomalies over here. The right way, right? I about jumped right into that fucking thing. I was like that close from like face planting right into that anomaly. I'm wondering if you're supposed to hide behind the concrete slabs. That's what it... That's probably how it's intended to work. It just doesn't work like that. Oh no. Fuck, I'm stuck in the corner. I'm gonna die. It spit on me. I know you're outside. Okay, where are you? Fucking bitch. Motherfucker! God. I thought I had that. I thought I had that. Maybe switching to SMG and spraying it down would help better? Maybe. I mean, I hit it with a shotgun at fucking point blank. How many times? Oh, fuck. Oh. How did... Then I got trapped. I'd be dropping bricks if there were invisible ghouls. Yeah, I know, man. Was that the one that was laying down? It woke up. I thought it was twitching. I don't think it was the one that was laying down. I think that's a different one. It was in here. Fuck off. God damn, they take so many shots. Fighting them at night has my hot dude. Yeah, fighting them at night sucks too. This is definitely an SSD game, not a hard drive game. They phase through walls, powerful. I don't think it's phasing through walls. What? What the fuck happened? I'm dead. It got behind me, I guess. I'm playing on veteran. Highest difficulty. I was hoping that this difficulty would play like it does in the first game, because in the first game what happens is that if you go to the highest difficulty, it will switch weapons rather than reload. Yeah, I mean I dumped a clip into it last time. In the first game, what would happen is that if you max the difficulty, like you would take more, like obviously enemies would deal more damage, but you would also deal as much damage. So it was like increasing the realism is basically what it would do. So like even like the beginning pistol on the highest difficulty was able to like one tap headshots and shit. But in exchange, you're gonna get fucked. That's a fucking problem, bro. You're like attacking way too much. What? Motherfucker. What? The fucking one-shot drop on me with me unable to be able to dodge is like too much. That's crazy. This one feels even stronger than the first one that I fought. Do you like the game so far? Yeah, I like the game. That's not cool. I got him bugged. Get fallout, bitch. Oh no, he got out of it. He's mad. O's mad. O's mad. Missed my second shot. God damn, I can't miss those. No, I didn't. God damn it. I let go of the button and it did it. Oh, that's great. Here it comes. I think it's dead. Whew. God. I mean, it would have been nice if you dropped some fucking meds. Man. Lemming, thank you for the prime, man. Appreciate that. Hope you 100 this game, living through you. Yeah, I fucking love the game. I saw Operator Drewski play some, and he said the problem he had with this game was the AI wasn't as alive as the previous game. How do you feel about it? I mean, I've already ran into some quests where, like, folks that, like enemies that should have been dead, or like people like not enemies but like fuck allies that should be alive or dead. I think we're clear. God damn. I've already looted this place. I need to get my ass back to town. How do you yeah, so far, like, I mean, like, I've run into some stuff. Like, here's the thing, like, everybody already knows, like, the developers themselves have already come out and said that that the AI engine that they're running in this isn't running as intended, and they have to rework it, and they're gonna have to do something to fix it, because there's a lot of people that are having problems with it. And also at the same time, so I didn't get to finish this thought earlier, and I should have. So in a lot of ways, this game actually reminds me of Dragon's Dogma 2, because a lot of the issues that Dragon's Dogma 2 was running into was its like creative, like realistic, like AI design, and that was like, it was super CPU bound, and it was really CPU heavy, and it would make the game very difficult to get like decent frame rates out of, because your frame rate in a lot of cases is usually tied to your CPU. And because it was using so much of the CPU, and at the same time the program wasn't working as intended, it was causing all kinds of other issues in the game. So like the developers already know about it. They've addressed it on Reddit, and they've been like responding to players and stuff like that, like letting them know, like, hey, you know, we're working on it. You know, we're glad to hear your feedback and stuff. It's not like some type of, I mean, for the most part, it seems like it's not some type of like permanent thing that's going to be in the game, like a permanent issue of the game or anything like that. Because I was thinking about it, and I'm like, this right here, we're like coming into a town because it has so many AI NPCs. Like, this is where like frame rate and performance like dips really hard. this reminds me a lot of Dragon's Dogma because it had the same kind of problem. Where basically, like, the minute that you would go into a town, you'd run into 1,000 issues because the game struggled so hard with it.
Need some help, Stalker?
I hear you buy these collars.
Where's Nightingale? Why didn't he come himself?
Nightingale is dead.
Guess he had the last laugh, huh? I had a feeling he was gonna bite the big one someday. So, where are the collars?
Doesn't it remind you of the day before? No, because this is an actual video game.
Here's what I've got.
Good. I'll send you the coupons. Need some help, Stalker? Well, show me what you've got.
I'll be waiting for a patch. Looks great anyway. Yeah, like, I mean, there's nothing wrong at all with waiting for a patch for this game. And a patch for this game is going to be really good. Nice. That's huge.
Thanks. See ya.
Is there anyone in town that sells this is huge, by the way. Is there anybody here that sells meds? Oh, right here. Did this game borrow stuff from the Metro series? I can't recall if both studios share some developers or if they're the same developers. I think that some of the developers from Metro went over to GSC, but if I'm not mistaken, a lot of the people that are from the original Stalker series are the ones that started the Metro series. So it kind of that door kind of goes both ways. Plus, I would also imagine that like game dev in that part of Europe probably has a lot of like tends to be a bit of a revolving door, because you probably don't have a lot of options for studios to work at.
Try not to get caught in an emission out there in the field. Few people can. No artifact or medication can help them. Sorry. I might have something I can.
You know what I mean? Like it's not like the US where there's like, I mean, just in like Los Angeles alone, Stalker came out before Metro. Miki, you totally misheard what I said. I said that the original some of the people that made the original Stalker series went to go make Metro because the company was defunct at one point. So a lot of those folks went and started the Metro series. And then I would guarantee that some of the people then went back to GSC when they said they were working on Stalker again. Or people that had left that studio over there and went somewhere else. Are the zones seamless? I haven't seen any loading screens, no. it's getting too much bad press. It looks fantastic and uses some great new tech, also being developed in a war zone. Got to give them some extra love. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of like unique circumstances with this game. Is it getting like bad press? I mean, the only bad press it's getting is from players. I take that back. It's not just from players. Some of the bad press is also coming from some of the bad press is also coming from not some of, a lot of actually is also coming from the reviews as well.
If you need my
I think
help,
it just kind of depends.
You know where to find me.
Mission updated. Why did it say mission updated? Return to Warlock?
Alrighty. The joke wants himself.
Need a drink?
Did the quest bug?
About that artifact you asked for.
Did you get it?
Here it is.
You're a dependable guy.
Oh, I have it.
I respect that.
In my inventory.
Need a drink? Here's what I...
We're starting to look pretty decent on money.
Anything,
We're getting there.
stop by.
We'll do. Wonder if it would have gotten stubbed for Game of the Year. I mean, it wouldn't have been on the Game of the Year list. The game reviewed it like a 71. They gave it like a 71 because of all of its performance issues. So it's not that it would get snubbed. It wouldn't even have been in like in the running or like even in the conversation because of performance issues and stuff like that. I'm sure it'll hit PS5. Yeah, they're gonna end up releasing it on all consoles eventually. Oh, good.
Need anything?
I figured out what happened to Mastiff's group. Mastiff's group got wiped
What's
out
your
by a
rate?
deadly
I can't
mutant.
give it a 1 out of 10 right now,
Mastiff
man. I've only
himself
played
was
it for like
rescued by
10
a
hours
Monolithian and then
in
taken away to
total.
recover. Dew and his men came to kill the Monolithian. I had to intervene.
Listen up, Skiff. You did what I asked, and I'll send the coupons to your PDA. I don't want the rookies saying Lenz doesn't pay for his jobs.
If I had to say anything,
But to think you sided with a Monolithian.
oh god.
They're monsters, Skiff. When I think about what they did in the past, it makes my skin crawl. The Gaffer's been protecting Zalicia against the Monolith for years. Sure, you haven't been here that long, so you don't know about it all. But the others, they won't understand. I sure as hell don't.
How would I know, dog? I'm not from the fucking zone. Bruh.
A decent visitor for you.
Oh, I see. I see. If I had to say anything about this game, I would say that like it's probably like a... The funny thing is, I'd actually probably agree with reviewers. It's probably like a 7 out of 10 because of its like performance issues. But once those performance issues are fixed, this game's likely a fucking 11 out of 10. The only like, because the thing is that if you're playing a game that's like a that's a, you know, immersive sim, when there's performance issues, it tends to distract from the immersiveness. But the thing is that like as somebody that like went back and played the older game, I can see that like there's like, you know, there's kind of like a little bit of jank that's relatively there's a little bit of jank that's relatively expected. Silicone ceiling. Oh, so you actually have to go find the upgrade material. Thermal protection. Bro, like the upgrades are so tiny. Cannot install. What does that say? Milled parts replaced with stamped parts. How do you even do that? Oh. Okay.
Good luck out there.
They mastered the vibe, it just needs polish. Yeah, the fucking vibe is here. I mean, like, you kill the performance issues in this, and this game immediately is arguably, like, one of the best games. I mean, it's just period. One of the best games, period. And to be clear, like, I actually have a lot of faith that it will reach that. I think that they will, because like the thing is that like keep in mind like they have a season pass for this game, so they already have DLC that they're going to be working on for it. So this game is constantly being developed. Like this game is supposed to be the game that's going to set up their future, the future of that studio. Season pass for Stalker. Well, I mean, like, that was then, and this is now. And plus, on top of that, you have to keep in mind that they now actually have like a financial responsibility, both through Steam and through Xbox to deliver on updates and content.
Why are you loners always so eager to get here? You lurking kiddo. Come here, let's have a talk. Do you even realize whose stuff you're trying to steal? We're Elbow's crew.
Oh. Did that not kill you? I shot you in the fucking head. Yeah, we're good. They don't have the jump ability. No, they'll get that in the DLC.
Why the hell are you skulking around here?
I'm looking for a stalker named Squint. You seen him?
Well, we saw a loner here. Told him to get lost. Didn't ask for his handle.
Did you see where he went?
Do I look like an information desk to you?
Holy shit.
All right, I can pay you.
He went towards the farmstead. He'd need a decent hole to hide in case of an emission. All the houses in the area are totally wrecked, so I guess he's hanging out at the mill.
Bro's fucking getting down. Bro is getting down. But the game seems to have a solid foundation. I think someone will put out a total conversion. I mean, like, the thing is that, like, one, the game is in Unreal Engine 5, so they're already gonna have a very easy time trying to make sure that it's gonna be very easy for modders to mod this game. That's one part that's really fucking good. The other part is that again, like I said, they're going to be updating the game, so it's just going to get better and better. I remember that I learned a couple songs of Metro, but it was a long time ago. How's the game so far? I've been playing it. I've been having frame drops and some glitches through walls, but that's it. The game is still amazing. Yeah, the game is amazing. I've really been enjoying it. What happened to your vodka? Call of Pripyat is good as well. I've heard that from a lot of people. Same thing goes for the mods. I think, like, after I beat this game, I'll probably go and play, like, the mods.
You're too small of a fish to yuck with me. You're too small of a fish to yuck with me.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna take your fucking energy drink and your food. What you think now, bitch? I don't want to put that hat on. I look fucking so sick. Easy, baby. Easy money. It's not money, but... Alright. Check out this other place. That he's at the mill. Where's the mill at? Oh, it's close by. Small loot drop. Well, you gotta tell me twice. Oh, it says, oh my god.
respect.
Oh. Well, how do I can't pick him up, man? Oh, hold to pick up. Oh, fuck me. No, dude, he dropped his PDA. I couldn't put the. What am I gonna do? Put the PDA in his pocket? When was your last save? Fuck, I don't know, man. It should have auto-saved recently. Probably after I talked to those guys. No, it auto-saved right here. Okay, that's not bad.
Hey, Stalker! That's my bro over there! Bring me his body, okay? Please! That's him!
That's my bro. I don't even know what I got hit by. Was it the one that I walked into? Like the one that I already threw a bolt at? Did that one like already, did that anomaly like already pop back up? It just takes that long. I probably can't actually like throw bolts. I probably actually have to like walk around the anomalies.
Hey, Stalker! That's my bro over there! Bring me his body, okay? Please!
Pat him down. Grand. How about a toast to my bro?
Here you go. May he rest in peace.
Bubs was right. There's still some decent folk out there. Give me a sec. I'll send you the coupons. You know what? You got any problems, give me a call. I got your back. Word is bond. You can go now. I need some time alone. That's personal.
I'm fucked up. I hit the good shit. Okay, we're good. Like how the game shows you how many times you've died? Does it? Wait, am I more drunk because I haven't ate? I was wondering why I was like all fucked up, and I was all fucked up because I haven't ate anything, and then I fucking slammed vodka. That's fucking fire. That's awesome. Ready. Oh. actually. Good.
Who the hell are you? And what are you doing here?
Easy there. I'm a friend. See? My gun is down.
Or maybe you're a ward bitch sniffing around here. You don't look the part. Those assholes think they're too good for Stalker gear. If you're a friend, care to help a fellow Stalker escape?
Got any ideas how to escape the Lesser Zone?
Just one, but I need an artifact. There's one in the cave nearby.
Try looting him after you drop him off? Yeah, I probably should have.
I see. That's all I need to know.
So can you help? It's a matter of life and death.
All right. I'll get you the artifact.
Ooh, I know a stalker when I see one. Got a detector?
I sure do. Why do you ask?
I've seen stranger things. All right. I'll wait for your triumphant return.
This is after the fact that I fucking destroy, like, tore all his fucking traps off. I'm gonna come back and somebody's gonna fucking got his ass. Holy shit, it's a pack of dogs. That is a pack of dogs. Hear it. Oh, this is the one that I was already in. Fuck off. God damn it, I'm dead. Dead, yeah. I wasn't prepared for him, and then I had the shotgun out, and for some odd reason I couldn't hit the button to bring out the other gun. Like, I hit 4, but apparently 4 is not my shotgun, and then it just put the, I don't know. I was fucking up. Caught me by surprise. So 3 is my AR. Okay. I'm dead. Yep. Very dead here. Do the same people make this game, like the director and the writer and whatnot? I think the director, I think the CEO is the same person, if I'm not mistaken. Like, I think the original person behind, like the leader of the studio lead is the same person that made the original series. Now I'll be okay. Maybe. See, now it's switched. Last time I pressed 3 and whatever. Damn. The original creator died? Oh, shit. I didn't know that. I didn't notice it like screen lags when it's loading. Yeah, I know, buddy. Okay. Quick access. So, okay. 2's pistol. 3 is shotgun. 4 is this. I'm gonna switch the shotgun. Because these flip out faster. Then I'll switch to the pistol. Shotgun last, I think. So I don't gotta keep changing my image. Okay. I die. Sometimes I just say it to save myself the heartache. Okay. Okay, fill up. Bandage. I'm gonna die because he's gonna get lost and he's gonna come back too quick. Yep. I knew it. I knew it. I saw it happen. It got stuck on terrain, so it didn't run far enough away before it came back for another charge. And I'm like, it's gonna turn around too fast and get to me before I can finish healing. I don't think the game's difficulty is balanced. Sometimes a full mag can't kill a single enemy. Sometimes they can be killed in 4 to 6 shots. Hope the update fixed the issue. I think it depends on like what you're fighting and where you're fighting things, because I would imagine that it probably comes down to like armor penetration and non-armor penetrating rounds. Would a grenade help you? I mean, I would have to be able to land the timing of being able to hit it with a grenade as it runs in. I might try that actually. He deals so much damage, dude. I know, like he hits me twice and I'm dead. Okay. No, I didn't want to do that. don't know if that hit him. Might have. I don't understand how it did that. That was close though. I think the feel of the game directly comes from the engine. What do you think about everything moving to Unreal Engine 5? I think like my biggest, like, I actually don't have a problem with everything going to Unreal Engine 5. Well, I do and I don't. Like, I think part of it, what do I think about it? So I don't know, man, because I don't really know anything about engine, right? Like, I don't know shit about a fucking game engine. I wouldn't even be able to really, like, start to even understand it. I think that there's something, like, inherently intimate about, like, creating your own, like, developing your own engine and building off of it, and then, like, teaching others how to manage that engine and upgrading it over time. And, you know, all of that comes along with, you know, building an in-house engine to do the things that you're looking to do. And I think that we've seen a lot of cases in which games can use their own engine to, like, great success. But also at the same time, oh, it is in here. Well, I think that at the same time, I think we've seen games that have done fine in Unreal Engine 5. It takes a lot of the busy work out, I think, for some people. Fuck, I shouldn't have dropped down here. A lot of companies are switching to outsource their development work. Yeah, and you're going to run into a lot of people looking to streamline their fucking processes. Right? Why did I think that was gonna work? Why did I think that was gonna work? Yeah, I need to go back down through the house to get into there. I was wrong, LD. The original creator is alive. It was the OG dev that died defending UA from a yeah. It was one of the developers from the studio was drafted. And oh fuck. Okay. One of the developers was drafted. Was either drafted or volunteered, and then like went out to go and fight. Yeah, now I have to go through all of this again. I'm not really gonna do that right now. I'm hungry, man. I haven't had dinner. It's like almost 10. It's almost 9 o'clock already. Cat is upset that he hasn't been hung out with at all. So I'm going to call it a night there, my friends. I got some there's like some fucking really good videos that are coming to you guys next week. I mean, some absolute fucking heaters over the next 2 weeks, actually. A little bit of like industry stuff. I think there's a couple things that have popped up over the last couple of days that obviously I want to talk about, but and I'll get into some of that stuff, but it's just gonna, yeah, there's some really good videos and stuff that are coming really soon. I'm really excited for. I like it when I get excited for like certain videos and things that I'm working up to, so I'm looking forward to it. But anyway, thank you guys for the subscriptions. Thank you guys for the donos and the super chats and all that stuff. Thank you guys for watching the videos. Thank you guys for sharing this time with me. I hope you guys have enjoyed the stream. What happened to clips of the channel? It hasn't been updated in months, bro. The clips guy that I had basically quit. I don't really know exactly what happened. Like, he just stopped making clips. That's it. And I don't have the time to do that myself. I just don't have the time to do it myself. So I gotta find somebody else to do it, and I can't really, like, the guy that I had that was doing it, I was doing it at a fucking like killer rate that I could afford. And for me to go to find somebody else is like, they're gonna be like, a lot of the other people are like they're too expensive for me. I can't. Like, I got people that are like, oh, I'll do it. And then they send me their rate. And I'm like, bro, you're like quite literally asking for a salary. I hate to be like I don't want to sound, fuck it. I don't really give a fuck what people think of it. I've edited my own clips before. We're talking about watching a stream, clicking cut, or fucking recording it off the screen, going into the editor, trimming it down to like 30 seconds or 50 seconds. It maybe takes like 30 minutes or something like that. 30 minutes to 45 minutes. Especially if it's something that you're doing. If somebody's doing it as a living and it's like their professional thing, it takes them even less time than that. And I got people that are asking me for like an entire fucking salary. Like, I want you to pay me, like, you know, basically all in all, if I would hook up with them, it'd be like $60,000 to $70,000 a year. And like, I don't make money off of clips. Like, I'll be real with you guys. You don't make money off of clips. I mean, you could make money off of an actual clips channel. That's a completely different story. That's a whole different story, right? But yeah, I mean, we're talking about something that's going to start as a loss. And like, well, some people are like, well, that's an investment. Like, I don't have 60 grand to pay somebody. I'm sorry, dude. I just don't have it for a whole, there's no way. Not unless I'm going to be eating nothing but fucking ramen noodles, and that's about it for the next, like, year or so. And have probably even a smaller apartment than what I have now. Oh, hell no. Yeah, dude, it's wild, man. It is. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, like, and the thing is that, like, the price on a lot of that stuff is, like, going up and up lately. I don't really understand why. How do I apply for a clips position? I mean, if you have a portfolio, of clips and you've already done some of the work before, you can ping one of the people in our Discord. I have a few people that are already kind of giving offers right now, so I'm just kind of like weighing my options. And there's content and shit that I got to get through right now, and the fucking holidays and stuff. It's a really bad time for me to be like trying to pull the trigger on something. So I'm just trying to get some people that will you know, take a look at it and see what people are looking for, and then see if it all lines up. Honestly, if it came down to like clips, like, I'm talking not like, you know, edits from stream and stuff. Honestly, man, I'm going to take the fucking Asmongold route on this. If you guys want to make a fucking clips channel and you're clipping my fucking streams and making videos out of it, fucking go for it. If you can make it where it becomes profitable, and then I got to get involved, and then we got to talk about it, and then, you know, you just take a cut of it and you just continue it and it just becomes a job for you, fucking sick. Because that's what happened with his editors. His editors started up their own YouTube channels that they were running, and they were just dropping clips of like him on fucking YouTube from his streams, reacts and whatever it was. And then, you know, it grew to the point where it was a sustainable income. And then at that point, that was when they, you know, he swooped in because, like, let's be real, like, if you're over here making like $60,000-$70,000 a year off me, like, I can't have that now. I can't. I need to get a little fucking piece of that, dog. But obviously something that would be you know, amenable. His editor going to take over his channel? Yeah, for sure. His editors make a boatload. I don't know how much his editors make, but I'm sure they do pretty well, especially since his YouTube channel and his Twitch channel do fucking fantastic. I don't know what his split is and how he chooses to do that, but yeah. I mean, if somebody did that with my content, not my YouTube videos, do not repost my YouTube videos. That's a whole different fucking story. You don't do that. Not the YouTube videos. The live streams, if you're like cutting clips of the live streams and making making clips and posting clips of that on like a, you know, on a different channel or something like that, I don't really give much of a shit. But and then if it grows into something that's worthwhile, then we can talk about it. But yeah. Yeah. That's all I got. Anyway, I'm gonna get some food in me. Thank you guys for hanging out. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Be good to yourself, be good to everybody else, and I will catch you guys next week.